Seatbelt malfunction. Welcome to W2.
Happy Sunday night, everybody. Hope you all are having a good holiday weekend. I was going to get on this afternoon and do Henrietta, but I'll probably do it tomorrow afternoon. Wanted to do some updates to the backgrounds you can probably see up above me. There's some different things. Just did a lot of updating backgrounds and all that stuff. A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff to go through tonight. A lot. A lot, a lot. Fucking crazy, all the shit. A lot of different creators we ran into over the last couple days. Good stuff. A lot more stuff to get into. A lot of other things to check out. Welcome, Kid Kitty. Thank you for putting that up there. What's up, Amy? Hey, what's up? I got your message. We'll be getting into that too. Thank you for the timestamp. I appreciate that. Definitely subbed to Gris. What's up, Kevin? I feel lace love. What's up, Kevin? What are you up to tonight, man? Kevin Shark. What's up, Justice? A lot of stuff tonight, but there's some breaking news I want to cover real quick. Oh yeah, I got this other banner too. Thank you all so much for joining the show. Who doesn't like a saxophone? What's up, Dre? Good evening. All right, man. What are you grabbing? Dre's been busy. Been busy doing a lot of work out at the property, huh, Dre? So yeah, I was going through the couple new creators we ran into the last couple days, and I was saving some of their videos. Definitely some interesting stuff. I reached out to Thou Shalt Not channel. The gentleman that was taking us lives in the area. A gentleman that was making content, taking us through the area, the real streets. Really went to the Jack in the Box and such. You know, we've seen him. I went ahead and sent out an invite to him. I said, hey, man, anytime you want to hop on, you're more than welcome. There's always a seat at this table for you. I think it'd be pretty interesting. We're going to be going into some more of his videos. And there's an interview that he did with a lady that met BK. So that'll be interesting. But definitely appreciate his content, his hard work, and his efforts. I know covering these cases, sometimes you get hate, but you know what? It is what it is. Not everybody's going to agree. Wow, finally quit raining after 2.5 days? Damn. Umbrella. How's the temps though, Kid Kitty? Is it getting warmer? She said it was freezing. So yeah, I did some updates to some backgrounds and stuff. I even made this cool little picture here. Live breaking news. So yeah, we're going to be getting into that. I want to test out a new screen I made for some breaking news. It's in regards to this. There was 2 inmates. Man, I love saxophone. Then you got that bass with it. But I'm going to see how this works real quick, because I think it'll be pretty neat to add when we're talking breaking news with videos and such. So let me try this out here real quick. Just testing something out. Sun came out and warmed up nicely. Good. Let me see here. So we're going to switch to that, kick on the tunes. Whoa, that came out loud. All right, we'll get that figured out. All right, so what's this? Is Careless Whisper on the list? Oh, gosh. All right, let me see here. I just got to fit this screen. That's kind of tiny. Let me see. Yeah, I don't like that. That's too much. Sorry. I know you guys can't see it. All right, so yep, that's not gonna work. We'll just go back to that. I could always throw this up there though while I'm doing it. That just covers the video. I guess it could work. I don't know, we'll see. Get back to chat real quick, and then we'll get into that breaking news. There we go. Turn the tops. You got to make more, man. You got like a shit ton of those, don't you? And be up at 3. It's like a piece. I can't remember the term for it. It's like a peaceful. What do they call that? I can't remember the terms for it, but it's like peaceful, calming. Well, I mean, it's breaking news. It just came out of, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, but there's no harm after the breaking news. You'll see what I mean when we play it. We're still trying to get out of the, we're heading out to outer space here. We're Trying to get to orbit. We're almost there. Oh, cool. Yeah, we can get to that real quick, I guess. All the question marks. Huh?
This evening with some breaking news. The inmate who escaped from a prison in Lima on Tuesday was found dead. U.S. Marshals say 50-year-old Bradley Gillespie was found dead in the Ohio River just hours ago. Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Ashley Bornanson. Let's get you caught up with everything we know right now. 10 TV's Carly Dion joins us live in studio with a breakdown. Carly, what do we know so far?
Ashley, Bradley Gillespie was serving a sentence for murder at the Allen Oakwood Correctional Institution. He was first reported missing on Tuesday, along with 47-year-old James Lee. Lee was serving a sentence for burglary, breaking and entering, and safecracking. Officials determined the men were able to escape the prison by hiding in a dumpster. Ohio State Highway Patrol reported the men were traveling together inside a stolen vehicle. On Wednesday, authorities located a red Mercury Capri in Henderson, Kentucky, and tried to stop it, which led to a pursuit. A crash occurred a short time later, and both inmates left the scene on foot. Lee was caught and taken into custody, but Gillespie was still missing until his body was located today. Henderson, Kentucky Police Chief Sean McKinney says this has been the longest 5 days of his career.
We are glad to have closure to this situation and this event. However, I do not feel it is appropriate to celebrate death of any life at this time.
Right now, we still don't know how Gillespie died, but Chief McKinney says an autopsy will be performed on Tuesday. Police are also still investigating the 4 employees of the prison placed on administrative leave following the escape of these 2 men. Carly Dion, 10 TV News.
So this dude was out running around, had everybody, they said, spotted him somewhere in like Kentucky, Indiana at a Home Depot or some shit. But they found him in the Ohio River. They caught the other guy pretty quick. But this guy, he kept escaping multiple times. It's like son of a bitch. So yeah, that was the breaking. So let me see what else is, if there anything else breaking, then we'll get into some of these videos. There's a shit ton to get into. Let me see. The interview room blocks you, right? They slap you hard? I can't remember. There's more about the prosecutor. We'll be getting into some of that. JLR's been doing a lot of fucking digging out there. All over, too. Like, different spots showing up in different states and shit. It's like, damn. Give me a fucking van and I'll be traveling all over the place. Shit. I love exploring. All right, let me get into the Idaho 4 folder here. No river. Traveling. Going from state to state. Landmarks. The different states. The nature. I think the van life shit would be amazing. It'd probably be tough as hell to make it right now. So props to those who are still doing it. It's about the nature. All right, so this just came out. Remember Boundless Millennial? We checked out his channel a couple days ago. Really interesting thoughts, opinions. Let me get rid of that. Let's see here. Boundless Millennial. Great content. But this is a video. This is Boundless Millennial. I'll throw that up there in chat. If you aren't subbed to him, definitely sub to him and check him out. Very interesting videos. Make you think. Now, there's some shorts. I couldn't save them to the playlist, but we could check those out too. A couple of them that are pretty interesting. So this one's isolated target attack was that all PR in the Idaho unalives.
Sir, why not tell the public who the target was? You've said that this was a targeted attack. Why not tell the public who was targeted? If it was multiple people, it would go a long ways to telling the public what you're looking for and who you're looking for, the type of person you're looking for. Why not do that to alleviate some of the fears out there in the community?
Well, first and foremost, we have the integrity of the investigation to preserve, and we feel like that information is integral to us and how we conduct our investigation. Releasing that to the public may or may not flood us with a lot of information that's not relevant or specific to what we're looking at. So we do want more information, but we don't want to put our investigation in jeopardy by releasing what we have. There's always a balance between what you're willing to release versus what you're trying to gather. We told the public very clearly from the beginning that we're looking for a knife. We told the public very clearly from the beginning that we believe it was a targeted attack. I mean, to be honest, you're going to have to trust us on that at this point, because we're not going to release why we think that.
Very interesting.
Hey ladies, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Who lives here?
We're not actually sure.
You don't know who lives here?
No, I don't.
We're just here for a noise complaint. Hey, who's the owner or who lives here?
I can go get them real quick.
Okay, thank you, please.
Kopaka really was just looking for a thrill kill. He would have never chosen this house.
Search.
We're only here for a noise complaint. Come to the damn door.
So everyone here's trespassing?
Well, no one's here that's trespassing, but no one that lives here is here right now.
Who does live here? What are their names?
I am actually not sure. I live across the street. I just came over. I haven't been to drive.
Male, female?
I think it's mainly females.
Turn the music down. Turn the music down.
I think that he knew that Ethan was always there because Ethan had a parking spot out front. Dylan and Bethany didn't even have a parking spot out front. And he stored his golf clubs in Ashlyn Cooch's spare bedroom. So, like, he was there all the time.
But this is the second noise complaint we've had here tonight within 2 hours.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
About that.
So this time it was the blonde gal and the guy on the back porch playing music. Okay. So
I sincerely apologize about that. And I'm just going to.
Okay.
Is the blonde gal and the guy up there, are they roommates too?
Sorry, what?
The blonde gal and the guy that's upstairs, are they roommates too?
They never released any pictures of the Elantra that they were looking for. And that's par for the course. You release the pictures or the stills that you have of the car. And then you say, you know, this car was seen and we want information about this car. We think it might be a Hyundai Elantra. They never did that. They put stock images out there like, oh yeah, people are going to recognize the fucking shiny white car.
They went to a party. This would not be the first party I've ever gone to where the people who live here leave and just let people stay. Why they do that, I don't know. To me, that would be stupid.
And they never released a profile or a sketch, you know, telling people, we're looking for a guy in his 30s, bushy eyebrows, 5'10" or taller. If you know someone that fits that description and they're creepy as fuck, give us a call. The fact that they picked out Kohberger's car on the 29th of November and then, you know, just forgot about it until December 23rd when they got the warrants for his phone tells me they were looking at someone else that whole time. They didn't think he was a suspect. Maybe they were looking at that someone else because of Brian Kohberger, because of evidence that he left behind. Like a fixed blade knife, they were saying that since the beginning. Like, don't they realize that, you know, that sheath probably was just left there to throw them off? And that's not even a murder weapon?
A man in his 30s was threatening to kill his 2 roommates. Police evacuated the building, and WSU alerted students to shelter in place. Police say the suspect's behavior escalated, and he began firing gunshots in his apartment.
And this was done like a stealth operation in the middle of the night, if everyone is telling the truth about what they know. I think they cleared Kohberger early on accident because his phone never pinged over there the night of the murders, and his car was not the right car they were looking for. And there was just so many people in and out of the house at all hours. Like, how do you know that they're going to be asleep? Was the DoorDash there to like come and check it out and make sure they were sleeping? I mean, was someone else besides Ethan storing stuff in that downstairs bedroom? You know, maybe rugs, and it went missing, and the person went looking for it and freaked out because it was gone and ran upstairs and started pounding on Ethan and Xana's door, and all hell broke loose. And then Maddie and Kaylee were just witnesses. And if it's true that the whole school knew about what happened hours before the police were called, it's logical to assume that Brian heard about it and drove over there to check it out at 9 a.m. If there's any truth to that whatsoever, the cops had that information. And I mean, that could be the exculpatory evidence that the defense is looking for. Because I'm sure that if you heard about your friend getting killed, you would send them a message or text them. And, you know, the cops are going to see all those unopened snaps and open them and read them. Ethan's sister said that Dylan started texting everyone in the house when she saw the bush. So, you know, what was she saying? Like, who's banging the bushy eyebrow guy? Like, he's creeping me out. And like half of the roommates didn't answer. And then she just like went to sleep and forgot about it. But if the neighbor's ring cam heard a thump, how did Dylan and Bethany not hear that thump?
Fucking amazing. Amazing production, amazing fucking edits, amazing work. Damn. Give that fucking gentleman a fucking round of applause. Jeez. Wow. What's up, everybody hopping in? Sorry, you guys ain't feeling good. He chills with that. Damn. I want to show you something at the beginning of this video.
But they're in the community.
Well, first and foremost,
Hey, ladies.
All right, I'll switch it back to that music now. Whoops. Amazing shit. What's up, Josie? What's up, Truthful? What's up, Kel? Whew. Some great shit. Yeah, I want to check out, I want to show you guys this real quick. Dark hair. Dark hair. This video was crazy. I need to listen to that shit again, if y'all don't mind. No, not a costume party. It was before. It's somebody that wears a scarf. It was somebody that wears a scarf. Somebody we've been talking about for about a week and a half, and we'll be getting into. That's why it's the others tonight, because we're going to be getting into a lot of the others. So I wanted to show that real quick because we couldn't get a really good picture off the real body cam, and since that came across on there, I just kind of wanted to blow it up for you guys real quick just so you can see. It's not blonde hair with the scarf. And I'm going to put closed captioning on here because there's so much information in these videos, you have to play them a couple times.
Sir, what?
Whoops.
Why not tell the public who the target was? You've said that this was a targeted attack. Why not tell the public who was targeted? If it was multiple people, it would go a long ways to telling the public what you're looking for and who you're looking for, the type of person you're looking for. Why not do that to alleviate some of the fears out there in the community?
Well, first and foremost, we have the integrity.
You know, Pam, I'm starting to wonder that myself, and I'm also starting to wonder if he... I'm starting to wonder if what Kevin is saying is or even just I'll just say it like this. Not just what Kevin's saying, but what a few people are saying, and also when we started thinking about Kopaka. Because I don't know. The more and more we get into this, the more and more I feel that there's multiple people. Whether it's 2 or more. Along with Cassie's theory. I'm really starting to wonder if these other 2 individuals, the girl and the guy, are I'm starting to think, in a nutshell, I'm starting to think maybe BK might not have been the one that was the one, not saying he wasn't involved, but it just makes you wonder if he really was the one that was doing the deed. Yeah, Josie. I'm starting to think that didn't take place either. I'm starting to wonder that myself.
Telling the public what you're looking for and who you're looking for, the type of person you're looking for. Why not do that to alleviate some of the fears out there in the community?
Well, first and foremost, we have the integrity of the investigation to preserve. And we feel like that information is integral to us and how we conduct our investigation. Releasing that to the public may or may not flood us with a lot of information that's not relevant or specific to what we're looking at. So We do want more information, but we don't want we don't want to put our investigation in jeopardy by releasing what we have. There's always a balance between what you're willing to release versus what you're trying to gather. We told the public very clearly from the beginning that we're looking for a knife. We told the public very clearly from the beginning that we believe it was a targeted attack. I mean, to be honest, you're going to have to trust us on that at this point, because we're not going to release why we think that.
Hey ladies, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Who lives here?
We're not actually sure.
You don't know who lives here?
No, I don't.
We're just here for a noise complaint.
Hey, who's the owner, or who lives here?
I can go get them real quick.
Okay, thank you, please.
If Kopaka really was just looking for a thrill kill, he would have never chosen this house.
Search.
We're only here for a noise complaint. Come to the damn door.
So everyone here's trespassing?
Well, no one's here that's trespassing, but no one lives here right now.
Who does live here? What are their names?
I am actually not sure. I live across the street. I just came over. I haven't drank a drop.
Male, female?
I think it's mainly females.
Turn the music down. Turn the music down.
I think that he knew that Ethan was always there because Ethan had a parking spot out front. Dylan and Bethany didn't even have a parking spot out front. And he stored his golf clubs in Ashlyn Cooch's spare bedroom. So, like, he was there all the time.
But this is the second noise complaint we've had here tonight within 2 hours.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So this time it was the blonde gal and the guy on the back porch playing music. Okay. So
I sincerely apologize about that. I just couldn't.
okay.
Is the blonde gal and the guy up there, are they roommates too?
Sorry, what?
The blonde gal and the guy that's upstairs, are they roommates too?
They never released any pictures of the Elantra that they were looking for, and that's par for the course. You release the pictures or the stills that you have of the car, and then you say, this car was seen, and we want information about this car. We think it might be a Hyundai Elantra. They never did that.
Especially if there's some kind of like dent in the back door or a fucking hubcap missing or some kind of feature that would show you a distinct difference between the general stock model picture and the actual vehicle that you're fucking looking for.
They put stock images out there like, oh yeah, people are going to recognize the fucking shiny white car.
Which could be gray too when you have these pictures taken at night. I mean, it's just crazy. Yeah, that was a crazy trial. For sure. This guy brings up a lot of great points.
This would not be the first party I've ever gone to where the people who live here leave and just let people stay. Why they do that, I don't know. To me, that would be stupid.
Right.
And they never released a profile or a sketch, telling people, we're looking for a guy in his 30s, bushy eyebrows, 5'10" or taller. If you know someone that fits that description and they're creepy as fuck, give us a call. The fact that they picked out Kopaka's car on the 29th of November and then, just forgot about it until December 23rd.
Because how we even brought it up. Yeah, so what, the front license plate was missing? Who says a white Elantra from Washington or Idaho didn't take their frickin' plates off before they drove up to the property to commit the crime and then put them back on as they hit the gas station? I mean, or pulled over in front of somebody a couple blocks away. I mean,
when they got the warrants for his phone, tells me they were looking at someone else that whole time. They didn't think he was a suspect.
See, listen to that again.
Telling people, we're looking for a guy in his 30s, bushy eyebrows, 5'10" or taller. If you know someone that fits that description and they're creepy as fuck, give us a call. The fact that they picked out Kopaka's car on the 29th of November and then, just forgot about it until December 23rd when they got the warrants.
The 29th to the 23rd. So from November 29th until December 23rd, they didn't do shit. So they were not already onto him.
for his phone tells me they were looking at someone else that whole time. They didn't think he was a suspect.
Right.
Maybe they were looking at that someone else because of Brian Kohlberger, because of evidence that he left behind.
Like maybe a Kopaka.
Like a fifth blade knife, they were saying that since the beginning. Like, don't they realize that, that sheath probably was just left there to throw them off? And that's not even the murder weapon?
A man in his 30s was threatening to
They said knife, not K-bar.
kill his 2 roommates. Police evacuated the building, and WSU alerted students to shelter in place. Police say the suspect's behavior escalated, and he began firing gunshots in his apartment.
There were also reports prior to the crime taking place where somebody on Paradise Path was dressed in black on a bicycle, wearing a backpack, threatening people with a knife. The last few weeks up until the crime took place, there was reports on Paradise Path. What's up, Ray? How you doing tonight? Thanks for hopping in.
This was done like a stealth operation in the middle of the night, if everyone is telling the truth about what they know. I think they cleared Kohlberger early on accident because his phone never pinged over there the night of the murders, and his car was not the right car they were looking for.
I mean, we were going into the watch last night's show and we were going into the Google stuff. I need to make a short out of there, a highlight.
There's just so many people in and out of the house at all hours. Like, how do you know that they're going to be asleep? Was the DoorDash there to come and check it out and make sure they were sleeping? I mean, was someone else besides Ethan storing stuff in that downstairs bedroom? Maybe rugs, and it went missing, and the person went looking for it and freaked out because it was gone and ran upstairs and started pounding on Ethan and Xana's door, and all hell broke loose. And then Maddie and Kaylee were just witnesses. And if it's true that the whole school knew about what happened hours before the police were called, it's logical to assume that Brian heard about it and drove over there to check it out.
See? So instead of him, right, because it was all going around social media with all the students. So who says BK didn't come across it because his car was pinged at around 9 something in the morning, 9:15, 9:30 in the morning. Reportedly, a lot of the students started finding out 8:30, 9 in the morning. It's only a 15-minute drive from your residence in Pullman to the crime scene. They had video from local reporters where you could see a white Elantra driving from the apartments behind the property. You guys remember that? Digging into the local news footage when you could see a white Hyundai Elantra driving up through the woods in the background right over by this property right here. So there was a film crew right out in front, right over off to the side of the house here, and they were filming back where the trees are, kind of like where in the direction where that blue car is, but more right here where this little indentation of the trees is. The camera was pointed in that direction from back here, and you could see a white Hyundai Elantra leaving Queen Road. And we knew it was an Elantra because in the back rear windows it has like a little tail to it. So who's to say that he didn't hear about it? Like WSQ Kim says, 8:30, 9 in the morning, and went and drove there himself. I see it's these videos he makes. It really makes you think. I appreciate this.
About it and drove over there to check it out at 9 a.m. If there's any truth to that whatsoever, the cops have that information. And I mean, that could be the exculpatory evidence that the defense is looking for. Because I'm sure that if you heard about your friend getting killed, you would send them a message or text them. And, the cops are going to see all those unopened snaps and open them and read them. Ethan's sister said that Dylan started texting everyone in the house when she saw the bush. So, you know, what was she saying? Like, who's banging the bushy eyebrow guy? Like, it's creeping me out. And like half of the roommates didn't answer. And then she just like went to sleep and forgot about it. But if the neighbor's ring cam heard a thump, how did Dylan and Bethany not hear that thump?
Right? Supposedly. Supposedly. Oh, come on. It's going to do this now. Hopefully it doesn't get crazy loud. Come on. There you go. Good video. Now, really good content. Definitely go sub to him if you're not subbed. Really makes you think. Let's see. They can tell time of death through coagulation. Yeah. I mean, that's a long period of time. Long period of time. So Alex Erickson came out with a short video today. I want to promote her channel. She does awesome work and has a tremendous passion for these cases. A friend of the show. So I'm going to go ahead and we're just going to watch this one. It's a real short one, about 1.5 minutes. Definitely sub to her if you're not either. She also covers, she does a really good job on the Henrietta horror case too. Was this Brian Kohberger or just more social media BS?
Hyundai Elantra.
Footage that allegedly there was a white Hyundai Elantra that was seen. I thought that.
Okay, so many people wondered if this was Brian Kohberger, and I don't think that it's him, and let me show you why. A gas station clerk took this photo with her phone off the security footage when the police were looking for that white Hyundai Elantra. Many people think that that was Brian, and I don't think so. If you pay close attention to not only the tail lights, look at the tail lights and how they're kind of squared off, but that back window as well. Let me show you what a 2015 Hyundai Elantra looks like.
The back window.
So here is Brian's car when he was stopped and pulled over by police. And if you can see the tail light on the side, it comes to a point. It's not squared off like that. Again, here's a closer look at that point that the tail light comes to.
That's a great catch too. I'm going to try and zoom this in as much as I can. See how the edge of that, here, let me get rid of me. There we go. See how the edge of the tail light has like it looks like the side of your eye. If you can see it. If you can't, go ahead and take a screenshot real quick and zoom into it. Yeah, 60 days. 60 days, so it's counting. But yeah, take a screenshot if you want. You can see the edge of the light has like a teardrop look to it. So does the back window. But look at that tail light. And especially with these side views of these images that they have shared. when it comes to this. The tail light doesn't come through the side of the vehicle. Thank you. Appreciate that, Kib Kitty. Very interesting. Good catch, Alex.
Okay, so many people wondered if it's Brian Kohberger, and I don't think that it's him. And let me show you why. A gas station clerk took this photo with her phone off the security footage when the police were looking for that white Hyundai Elantra. Many people think that that was Brian, and I don't think so. If you pay close attention to not only the tail lights, look at the taillights and how they're kind of squared off, but that back window as well. Let me show you what a 2015 Hyundai Elantra looks like. So here is Brian's car when he was stopped and pulled over by police. And if you can see the tail light on the side, it comes to a point. It's not squared off like that. Again, here's a closer look at that point that the tail light comes to. And then again, this is not Brian's car. This is just a 2015 Hyundai Elantra, but you see that point. And here I've pointed to that point with this text on the screen so you can see exactly where I'm talking about. And then if you look right above the H, you see the back glass on the back windows. It's similar but different to, let's go back to what the gas station clerk captured.
Great video.
Okay, now
see it's more
see the tail lights on this car, they're completely square, it looks like. So and then the back glass seems to be at a different angle, in my opinion. What do you guys think?
Dang it, I was gonna YouTube, come on. This is a great video, so I'm gonna share the link to it and put it in chat. Definitely save it to your playlist. What's up, Karen? How are you doing this evening? Hope you're having a happy holiday weekend. And you're right, Josie, that the back of the vehicle is too short. And then you look at the taillights. The taillights are more towards the rear of the vehicle. They don't come through the side like BK's taillights do. So just keep that in mind and watch this again.
There was a white Hyundai Elantra that was seen. I thought that.
Okay, so many people wondered if this was Brian Kohberger, and I don't think that it's him. And let me show you why. A gas station clerk took this photo with her phone off the security footage when the police were looking for that white Hyundai Elantra. Many people think that that was Brian, and I don't think so. If you pay close attention to not only the tail lights, look at the taillights and how they're kind of squared off, but that back window as well. Let me show you what a 2015 Hyundai Elantra looks like. So here is Brian's car when he was stopped and pulled over by police. And if you can see the tail light on the side, it comes to a point. It's not squared off like that. Again, here's a closer look at that point that the tail light comes to. And then again, this is not Brian's car. This is just a 2015 Hyundai Elantra, but you see that point. And here I've pointed to that point with this text on the screen so you can see exactly where I'm talking about. And then if you look right above the H, you see the back glass on the back windows. It's similar but different to, let's go back to what the gas station clerk captured. Okay, now see the tail lights on this car, they're completely square, it looks like. So and then the back glass seems to be at a different angle, in my opinion. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's a picture of a, but here's the thing. Whoa. Background noise. There we go. And that could be true too, Pam. Or Kopaka. Now, they all had an 11 to 2013, right? What did Kohberger have? What did Kohberger have? (2015) They weren't even looking for the same year. I don't recall about the DoorDash driver what they were driving. But you guys know they weren't even looking for the correct year as to what they reported, what they were looking for, and as to what Kohberger's vehicle was. What a great video from Alex. I appreciate that. Let me see here. Let's go to the next video here. I will put out a link if anybody wants to hop on and tell me what you think about all this. And then we got a lot of videos to go through here. Let me see. So JLR went to see, I don't know. I've been hearing a lot of videos talking about the prosecutor maybe retiring. And when we first started covering this case, he was doing a lot of presses and stuff. And so we checked him out, and I don't know, something just seemed off. So we'll see what JLR has to say.
Jonathan Liebridge's investigates. I am covering the Moscow, Idaho, Brian Kohberger case. Let's talk about the lead prosecutor on his case, Bill Thompson, Latah County prosecutor. This guy. We've been seeing him at press conference during the course of the investigation. His name has been circulating. He is the lead prosecutor in the case. I have a question I want to present to everyone with this particular segment. Age of the prosecutor. William Thompson is 66 years old, soon to be 67 this fall, according to public records. He is handling the case. He's been a Latah County prosecutor since 1992. Now,
thank you, ATS.
When does a prosecutor retire?
I'm going to be showing your documentary here in a second, but promoting it.
Can a prosecutor be a prosecutor? How many years? Can they be a prosecutor in a county position?
Man, what is going on with this?
I
need to check out EVMUX.
Right now, he hasn't decided yet whether he's going to seek the DP or not.
What is up with the videos?
And this is going to probably be the biggest case in his life at the latter years of his life. Now, age is just the number. That's old people might say, hey, he's not competent, not fit to execute this case because of his age. I've been seeing that circulated around the Reddit threads. People have been put out a tweet. I'm going to share this tweet with you.
So I tweeted this out. What is Latah County prosecutor Bill Thompson waiting for in deciding whether he will seek the DP against Brian Kohberger or not? What's the holdup? I tweeted that out.
What's taken him so long? And, you know, he has a tough decision, but could his decision on waiting whether to seek the DP or not, or anything to deal with this case, be in his mind knowing that he could soon retire? What happens if he retires in the middle of...
I don't think anybody was age bashing. Yes, I'm going to be rewatching that as well. You always do excellent work, ATS. I appreciate it. I know it takes a lot of hard work. But I don't think anybody was age bashing.
This case. Now, that was scheduled for October 2nd, 2023, but most likely will drag out for years. That's what experts predict. I think it will be extended. Well, he soon will be 67. Say it gets
Good
tried
evening,
a couple more
SRB.
years, 68, 69.
Yeah, it's young.
Kind of old. Not saying old people can't do this, but there is people questioning his age out there. And I was looking around. I was like, you know what? I was Googling around saying, like, looking around to see who the oldest prosecutor is in this country. Can't really find that. Who the oldest prosecutor is in Idaho. Maybe he is the old prosecutor in all the counties in Idaho. I don't know. But I'll share this question with you that I asked Google.
So this is in reference to at what age should a lawyer retire? Safe to assume that prosecutors would apply here too. Mandatory retirement is a controversial topic in the legal industry. Some law firms have policies that require lawyer retirement by a certain age, usually between 65 and 70. Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson falls within 65 to 70. Should it apply to prosecutors? Just like sometimes it applies to lawyers as far as law firms having policies? Let me know what you think.
So they say, you know, practices in law firms, policies in law firms, 65 to 70. Usually when lawyers retire. Would that be applied to prosecutors? You feel like prosecutors would be similar in that same mix? How do families, the victims' families, feel about Bill Thompson? Now, he also, on the flip side, could have great experience being in that legal profession for, 25 years plus?
Yeah.
I think his bio
It's got to be a
that
lot.
he's been practicing, personal law, like he private practice law for like a decade before he got into being a prosecutor. Here's his bio.
So this is a public bio of Bill Thompson, Latah County Prosecutor. Bill Thompson graduated from the University of Idaho College of Law in 1980. After 12 years in private practice, was elected Latah County Prosecutor in 1992, a position he continues to hold. He served on the Idaho Prosecuting Attorneys Association Board of Directors from 1998
Right.
to 2003, and as a president in 1999 and 2002. Bill has also served on the Idaho Juvenile Justice Commission since 2002, and more recently, the Idaho Criminal Justice Commission's Public Defense Subcommittee. So he's been around doing law since 1980. Let me know what you think.
Wow.
The question is, like, what happens if he retires in the middle
Since
of the case? What about if he
1980.
makes decisions in the Brian Kopaka case based on, I don't care, I'm ready to retire. We've heard that in many people's careers, right? They're like, I got 1 year left. Who cares? Kind of deal. Not saying that will apply to Bill Thompson, but at one point, maybe he's trying to retire. Maybe I've heard rumors personally that he was going to retire, but he's trying to find and groom a replacement. Ashley Jennings is the number 2 working behind him. What do you?
I mean, he is right at the retirement age, Hell, my coworker, he is 63, and we were even having a conversation on Friday, as a matter of fact, when he was talking about his retirement, and he, hell, the last 2 years, he's kept saying, yep, I got this many years left. I got this many years left, which is right. I don't think anybody was age bashing. I think it's just a general conversation about somebody that's at the retirement age. And usually when everybody is at the retirement age, they're ready to retire. So it was just a conversation about if somebody, is possibly going to retire before, during, or after. And I don't know. Maybe he's got a lot of people in his life that are young, so maybe we can't criticize anybody's opinion. I mean, hell, should we criticize somebody that says 40 years is old? I mean, it depends. It depends your environment, what you're around, how the age of people you're around, what age you are. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's age bashing, though. We don't promote that here anyway. I'm retired at 62. Wow. Did you, Kid Kitty, when you were getting ready to retire, did you keep saying, I got this much time left, I got this much time left, I got this much time left? Yeah, it's a matter of opinion. It's not bashing. I'm 34 after this week and I'm ready to retire. I don't know, ATS. And Pam, do me a favor, let me know, because I got your email about what you wanted me to go through in the documentary from ATS. So let me know. All right, good evening. Let me see here. So let me share this. Then I'm going to go to it. And then she gave me a timestamp of 11:14. So we're going to switch that up. Give me 1 second. Whoops. Get that ready. Sorry, StreamYard's being so buggy right now. No, I don't think it was age bashing. I mean, you could be 20 years old and think somebody that's 40 is old. You know what I'm saying? But it is a good question, you know. Do you think he'll retire? He's right there at that age.
4 young lives taken so soon and still no explanation of why.
Pause.
Xana Carno-
Pause. I want to share the link to this first, and then we got to get to the timestamp. Yeah, thank you. Amazing production. What's up, Kid Kitty?
Hey, not much.
How are you doing?
Good. It finally quit raining, thank goodness.
Yeah. So when you were getting ready to retire, did you tell everybody around you that, you know, you got 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, 4 months, whatever? Huh?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah?
I sure did.
All the time or what?
All the time.
You're kind of
gave
muffled.
my boss a 5-year notice
Kid Kitty?
so she could. What?
You're kind of muffly.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's a lot better. No, that's a lot better.
I told my boss, I said, I'm giving you my 5-year notice, and
5 years.
you need to find. Yeah, I said you need to find my replacement, and it got to 6 months away, and I said, are you gonna replace me? And she said, I think I have people here that can fill in. I heard it's been terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think maybe he'll probably, this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that he'll probably retire after the case is over and use this case as a, like you heard JLR saying, about him possibly teaching a protege, right? So
Yeah.
I could definitely see him handling this case, not retiring, but handling the case because of all his experience, using his experience to show his protege, like what better experience can you get as a protege when you're watching and being around and involved in the case as it's going on, as you're learning how, you got a front row seat from A to B. So I think it would be a great teaching example for, if that's what's going on. I think it'd be a great teaching. I would love to be the protege in that kind of situation where you get to learn from somebody that's been doing it for so long, but you also get to see how it all takes place like live. Like you don't have to wonder, when you're the prosecutor, you don't have to be like, man, I wonder uh how the paperwork goes, or you're already experienced and all that because you got to see it all as the prosecutor was doing what he needed to do, reacting based off of situations or events that pop up. Like it would
Yeah.
be the best teaching example and the best learning example. So that's probably what I'm thinking would happen.
Well, I don't see him retiring till after this case is over
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
this is probably his biggest case ever.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean,
So,
they've had other, things in the area that they've had,
right.
not like nothing went on, but no, there's nothing been like this, It's got to be a learning experience for him too.
Oh,
But I don't think anybody
But-
was age bashing though. I think JLR
Well-
does a really good job, and I think he's
Mhm.
respectful.
He does a really good job. I love watching his shows.
Oh, you're muffly again.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
He does a really good job. But he was talking like he's an old fart. And
People
it's
call
like,
me an old fart. You know what I'm saying?
right.
I don't.
I mean,
think they're age bashing.
I'm 65, but I don't feel 65.
I don't either.
I feel younger.
But if somebody calls you old, you know what I'm saying? What, you're 65?
Yeah.
So, if somebody calls you old, what do you think?
I
Like,
just laugh at him. I
kinda
just laugh
am.
at him.
Yeah, I kind of am, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know. He always sounds
It
like
don't
he
bother
has
me.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to get into this. Yeah, I can't wait to watch this trial. I'm already setting aside a week off work to be streaming from when I wake up and till late, until the evening. I'll be streaming like
Awesome.
crazy. Yeah, I'll be streaming like
Awesome.
crazy because when this trial pops out, whenever it takes place, whether it's this year, next year, whatever, I'm setting aside a week to, I'm not going to be able to do the whole thing, but I want to be able to do the first week, like just cover it all.
Right.
For sure.
Right.
And hopefully by then we'll have Cassie live on location with the evil CJ media hat with the microphone.
That would be so cool.
Yes, CJ, I can hear you. Yes. I think it'll be neat.
That will
All right.
be if she does.
So Pam wrote me this email. Excuse me. And it says 1114 timestamp. So I'm going to go to that. And I'll put the link to this again in the chat. Definitely save it to your playlist. And there's other documentaries that ATS has done too. Awesome. Even like if you're into the Kurt Cobain stuff too, definitely check that one out. Okay, so the 1114 timestamp. Dylan with bandana. Dylan was the only one that gave a description, to the PCA. What if she knew the person that committed the crime? Emma and boyfriend came in to settle score over Xana's mom quote, substance transactions. Maddie was said to be Pam. What's up, CJK? Pam, tell me. You got to give me the show version, Pam. Okay, let me see here. Maybe it was revenge. Afraid M knew something. K and E, wrong place, wrong time. Check 34, 37. I love your emails, Pam. They're so detailed. 34, 37. Small ladder up against the house. Yes, we did notice that in those first clips from the local news, plus the cinder blocks. Anyone could use to climb up to third floor. We talked about that last night, right, Pam? I made a highlight out of it. You can see the little walk. It's another walkthrough. Check out the highlight from earlier. Going way out there. We do outfield here. It's what if BK? What if BK's dad was the unaliver in Penn? Family has bad rep. What if BK and sister knew something wasn't right with the family? What if BK wanted to be just like dad? BK dad is sketchy, gives me creeps. If BK's parents went before a grand jury, could it be that maybe it's the dad? Whenever I saw Dylan in bandana, bells and whistles went off. Few things to think about. Damn, Pam.
Wow.
Jeez.
Whoa. Another theory.
Pam. What an email. Thank you. All the talk this past couple weeks of many students' friends sending. Yeah, well, if you remember back in. See, I know a lot of people are sketch about WSU mom, Kim. And you know what I'm saying. Even from back then, from I think it was January. Even from back in January, I'm stating, because come on. Even when we're listening to Jack in the Box people a couple nights ago, you have to consider the source. Okay? So I'm not saying that everything that WSU mom Kim says is gospel. But I'm not going to say that everything's a frickin' lie either.
She had some good information in that interview.
There's always truth somewhere.
I didn't believe it all, but she did have some good info in there that she, that she knew.
And it takes common sense. It's like sifting for gold. It takes common sense to clear away the water and all the little teeny pebbles through the filter. It takes common sense to clear out all of what doesn't seem logical or possible until you find those few nuggets where you can be like, that seems very possible. And when you consider the time that it took for these LE and EMS to get notified of this crime, and when supposedly it took place, with how much social media is being used, we all know that, especially with younger people. So you can't tell me that social media wasn't used during, before, or after these crimes were committed. I totally believe all of these reports that students were sending messages to each other 8:30, 9 in the morning, maybe earlier than that. Maybe 8:30 and 9 in the morning is when everybody started to find out, and it was just a short group conversation before that. We know that friends showed up before LE or EMS did. Social media. So when it comes to WSU mom saying this shit way back in January, that's one part from way back then when I watched it, I totally felt was legit. Regardless of anybody's opinion, my opinion, what's crazy, what's, when it comes to common sense tells me, yeah, I can definitely see how students were all over social media. That too, ATS. Rumors were going all over the place. Yeah. Like even when LE first came out and said that it was a self-unalive situation. No need to worry. Like, for real? What person goes in there and thinks that somebody... This is what you got to understand. It was only reported that Ethan was unalived with a sharp, blunt object. Sharp, blunt object. And then you combine that with LE coming out right away saying it was a self-unalive situation, then it really makes you wonder, what the fuck could this sharp, blunt object be if LE somehow thought that it could have been possible that E was the one that took out the whole house and then took himself out with a sharp, blunt object? Because when they first came out and said it was a self-unalive. So they were thinking somebody inside that property was the one that not only took out the roommates, but also took themselves out. So what the hell was Ethan unalived from? I'm wondering if the Dave call was Enon. I'm wondering if it was Enon. Because if you really listen to... We covered it on one of the other videos earlier in the week where you heard the comparisons from the Dave call to the Enon. Sounds so similar. The way that the words are being used, how they speak, the laughs, the syllables, the emphasis on certain words, all very similar. Thank you. I appreciate you, Dre. Yeah, I hear that. But the way that he was slapping with how this frickin' national media has been reckless about this case, I don't blame him for snapping. Hell, I was snapping on my damn highlights about how reckless the frickin' media was being. It's like, slow the fuck down, people. You trying to make somebody go to fucking South America to have a fucking fair trial? Like, jeez. Out in the fucking rainforest or something where nobody's seen the news? What's that? All right, so we're going to check this out. Pam, thank you for the frickin' email. Sorry it took me so long. So 1114 timestamp Dylan with bandana. And thank you, ATS, again for the wonderful content and the hard work and the effort that it takes to do this, because I make my highlights and that shit takes forever. I can imagine what it's like to do a documentary. So thank you so much. Dylan was the only one that gave the description. What if she knew? So 1114 timestamp. Pam, let me know how long you want me to play this part. And I will throw the link up in chat again. Definitely save it to your playlist and watch the whole thing. Also, a lot of great documentaries.
The public, but family of the victims wanted to know what the surviving roommates heard and saw, and many wanted to know why their lives were spared.
I just had a question about the other two roommates who were there, and I just wonder, wasn't something heard, or, the surviving roommates that were there, they had to have heard something, they had to have, the dog, something.
The affidavit had this to say. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the 3rd floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Goncalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of the records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could have been Kernodle, as the cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. DM stated she looked out her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying from Kernodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m.
Amazing work.
The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. DM stated she opened her door for the 3rd time after she heard crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the backsliding door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. Investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern just outside the door of DM's bedroom. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. Suspect Vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Vehicle
What's up,
is next
Sleuthy?
observed traveling southbound.
911 call came in for an unresponsive female, an unresponsive person. And so when officers arrived, they addressed that issue, and then as well, 2 additional people were found. Two individuals were found on the 2nd floor, and 2 individuals were found on the 3rd floor.
News like concerns. What the hell is going on now? What the hell is going on now?
Suddenly, the quiet morning turned into chaos. First responders have reported that they smelled the scent of blood the second they walked in the house.
Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Morgan were at a local bar and were later at a food truck in downtown Moscow. They arrived home at approximately 1:45 a.m. on the morning of November 13th. Ethan.
Man, amazing video, amazing production. ATS, thank you so much. And what's up, everybody hopping in? Sleuthy Goosey, thank you so much for your hard work. Cassie, what's up? Man. And Emma, let me get back to Pam's comment here. And then you have a question, Kid Kitty. Go ahead and ask. What was your question that you put in chat? This is so if it was heard on neighbor's camera, then why didn't roommates hear anything? That's a good question, too.
Me wonder.
There's so many questions. And the more and more and more and more and more that we get into this, the more and more I think that it is more than one person, and the more and more I'm starting to wonder if he was even the one that committed the crime. Not saying he wasn't involved, not saying he wasn't there or around the area. But when when you think about how all the social media was going around about 8:39 in the morning, right? And then the timestamp of him being by the house again at 9:11, 9:12, something like that. I could definitely see somebody hearing it over social media and driving over there to see. I mean, hell, I remember when there was a freaking plane that crashed into an apartment building down the way. And I was like, shit, I need to go over there and see what the hell. I
You
mean,
know, that's a crazy story because I only live 3 blocks from where the plane crashed.
where a plane crashed at too. Yeah. I mean, they're happening
Yeah.
all the time.
I was
It's crazy.
visiting someone and I was on my way home and I forgot something, so I had to go back. And after I turned to go back is when the plane crashed, right where I would have been driving.
Oh, wow.
So things happen for a reason. I wasn't meant to be on that road.
October 2nd, I think, but I'm sure it'll be pushed back. I don't know. We'll see what
Yeah.
happens. So I wasn't expecting to have October 2nd be the date. You know, I was expecting
Yeah.
it to be a lot longer than what it in October 2nd is all, you know, so I was like, dang. So who knows? We might be surprised. All right.
Well,
So
that was a shame. October 2nd.
you're getting kind of muffly again.
Sorry. It must be my phone.
Is it like the connection or something? No, you're fine. We can hear you. It's just sometimes it gets muffly or whatever, so it might be hard to understand.
Maybe I need to sit it down so I'm not moving it all the time.
I don't know. It's never happened before.
I know.
So she wanted me to check out 3437. Thank you again, ATS, for the wonderful documentary, and definitely save it to your playlist. Small ladder up against house. So 3437.
Use. The bottom line is whoever's responsible for this is still at large. That can't be changed. My understanding is the investigators believe that whoever's responsible was specifically looking at this particular residence, but that's all that they can offer at this point.
Can they say whether
See, for some reason, I couldn't use the drone thing last night.
they were looking at a particular, whether the person responsible was looking at a particular individual?
I don't think.
Okay. Remember I was telling you guys about the grill? And there was a couple cinder blocks.
Yes.
It might be hard to see. There's the grill right there. The couple cinder blocks were sitting over here at one point because you could see it from a local TV footage that they were doing in the beginning of the case. I have it in my folder somewhere, and I can find it for you guys for tomorrow or whatever. I'm not seeing the ladder. I do remember there being a ladder, but there was inside. I thought it was inside where the sliding glass door was or something. No.
But that's all that they can offer at this point.
Can they say whether they were looking at a particular?
Oh, that one right there. Ah. Interesting. Or could that have been a ladder to get up here to then sneak through the window of the second floor living room? What the fuck? Hold on a minute. You know how there's no blood trail going out? What if the person fucking climbed up this ladder, went across the roof, snuck in through the frickin' window, through the second floor living room, committed the crime, and then walked out of the fucking sliding glass door? Or, if not walked out of the sliding glass door, walked back outside the fucking window, across the roof, and got back down. When was that? Was that ladder there from the very beginning? I don't know.
Pretty sure it was there when they came to the crime scene, wasn't it? Because, well, maybe not. It wasn't long after that.
Yeah, I'm wondering
Because
if
they had police tape around it.
well, the police tape is behind it.
I thought they had it around the ladder.
To me, it looks like it's behind it. Does anybody have a better picture? To me, it looks like... Here, let me take a screenshot and I'll send it to myself and I'll zoom in on it. To me, it looks like the tape is behind it. So give me 1 second.
Oh.
Let me save it as a screenshot and then I got to send it to myself.
Oh, it does look behind it. Now that I'm looking up close. That's my bad.
Now, hold on. Just so I can show everybody. Okay, now I got to email it. Give me 1 second here. All right. All right, that's the closest I can zoom into it. But to me, if you're looking on the right side of the ladder, to me it looks like the tape is behind it. Here, I'll switch to the screen where it's zoomed in. What's up, Tracy with an E? How are you doing this evening? I saw someone a while back look at old TikTok and the ladder was there before the incident. Okay. I'm wondering. It's a good question. Thank you again, ATS, for the documentary. Thank you again, Pam, for pointing that out. If there's any other things in the documentary you want me to point out as well, please do, Pam. But to me, that looks like the tape is behind the ladder. Let me know what you think. Take a screenshot. Maybe you can even zoom in even closer. That's the closest I can zoom into it. Amazing documentary. I'm sorry I couldn't be there this morning. I apologize. So yeah, I think it's behind. So let me see if we got anything great. Let me know what you think about the ladder. There. So with Denise, it was there before the incident. So was it there the whole time? What? Huh? What'd you say? You're muffly again.
I'm sorry. I might have to go
No, don't
out.
be sorry. It's fine. I just can't understand what you're saying.
I said the ladder was there pretty early on.
The drone footage with ladder in it is early on, but I don't know about first day because the stool at back door are laying on ground inside, but I think ladder was there the first day.
CJ, does this sound better?
Yeah.
I put my earbuds in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know. I always reset my phone. Them things. We've had so many solar flares coming through that all of our electronics are being buggy.
Yeah.
I got something else I wanted to show you guys, but I'm going to wait till the end of the show. It's another update about a huge sunspot, bigger than the size of the Earth. So there's and even if the sun is facing the opposite direction where the flare comes out, doesn't mean it's not going towards Earth, because the last one that came out wasn't even facing Earth, and by the time it got to the distance where we're at, it was right on our path. So it's just scary stuff, but there's nothing we can do about it, obviously. All right, so I'm going to switch to the next video here. So definitely check out Boundless Millennial. Great theories and opinions on there too. Oh, let me get us back on cam there. Yeah, thank you for pointing those out. So everybody was talking about this death penalty a little bit ago. So I wanted to check out the law and crime video when it comes to that. Now, another thing that we've talked about in previous episodes when it comes to just the safety of all of the females out there, please, we were talking about how people will mark your tires. They will put zip ties on your door handles. And we also talked about the Apple AirTags. And so this is a video that I'm also going to kind of show at the end. And I'm also probably going to share it in a community post, because I feel like all the females out there, whether you're single, married, whatever, you guys definitely need to check out what these Apple AirTags can do and what's possible, and how a lot of these SOs are using it as well for potential. So I do want to go into that at some point tonight too, but this is a Law and Crime Network video talking about the death penalty. And then we'll be getting into some of these other theories too, and some more of this timeline. Stuff just doesn't make sense.
Do you understand the charge in count 1? Yes. Do you understand the maximum penalty? Yes. Do you understand the charge in count 2, murder in the first degree? Yes.
If Brian Kohberger is convicted of quadruple murder, will he be put to death? Capital punishment expert Professor Jules Epstein explains what we can expect. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So as we continue to analyze and study the case of accused murderer Brian Kohberger, we want to focus on the potentiality of him facing the death penalty. It's a big topping point in this case, because after all, he's going to be facing trial for the brutal murders of 4 young people. And in this case, could that result in capital punishment? Because as of right now, prosecutors have a 60-day window to file notice if they are in fact pursuing the death penalty. So who better to talk about this than a very special guest? I'm joined right now by Professor Jules Epstein. Professor Epstein is the Edward D. Allbaum Professor of Law and Director of Advocacy Programs at Temple University Beasley School of Law. He has taught death penalty law nationally to judges and attorneys, and he continues to handle capital cases at the appellate and post-conviction stages. From all of us here at Sidebar, Professor, it is an honor to have you on. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
So I want to get right into it. The prosecutors have this 60-day window. What considerations do you think that they're weighing right now on whether or not to pursue the death penalty?
So there are 3. One is a legal one. Not every murder case is death penalty eligible. So Idaho, where this case will be tried, has a list of what are called aggravating factors. Not just did I kill someone, but did I kill someone and was during a robbery? Or did I kill someone and that person was a police officer? Or did I kill someone and I have killed before? So just purely legally, prosecutors go through this to say, do we have an aggravating factor? The second thing, I hate to say it, is what I'm going to call political, okay? How will it play in the community if we do? How will it play in the community if we don't? Prosecutors can be elected officials. They have to worry about that. I'm not suggesting that's a proper consideration, but if you're talking about realistically, is it a consideration? You bet. Then there's a third consideration, and that's positioning yourself for advantage. If this case is tried as a death penalty case, the only people who could be on the jury are people who believe in the death penalty. If you're against the death penalty, you're automatically excluded. And studies have shown, and it makes some sense, that if you're pro-death penalty, you're more likely, sort of pro-law enforcement, more likely to vote guilty. So on the front end, the guilty or not guilty stage, the prosecutor gets an advantage by calling the case a death penalty case because of the smaller pool of jurors. So those to me are the, I should add, there's one other possible.
I'll allow one more. I'll allow one more. I'm just kidding.
This guy's got
And
some
that
interesting
is-
stuff here.
Are we doing more harm than good? Okay, what do I mean? If this case is not capital, in other words, not a death penalty case, it can go to trial a lot sooner. The likelihood of it getting overturned on appeal is much lower. Once you put death into the mix, it takes a longer time to prepare the case.
Right.
A longer time to try the case.
Right.
And there are more appeals. And at least some prosecutors are aware of that's not always the healthiest thing for the victims' families, because death penalty cases can go on and on and on. Whether they're thinking that, I don't know, but that's certainly a reasonable thing for them to think.
Let's explore that a little bit, because when I entered into this, I was thinking, okay, you have the brutal slayings of 4 young people.
That's
It is a
interesting.
highly publicized case. This
That
a
is
case
very interesting.
community, and you would think that it fits all of the criteria of a death penalty case. And I'll agree with you, politics comes into it. If this was a case that maybe didn't have this kind of attention, maybe we wouldn't see it, because there are stabbings and there's shootings all the time. So part of me thought this is a no-brainer. They're definitely going to go to the death penalty route. You've given me pause now to think that if this delays that, because this is very hard on the families, people want justice. The October date that they have set for the trial, if prosecutors come back and say, okay, we actually want to pursue the death penalty, how far out, to the best that you can, surmise, how far out could this push the trial then?
So the answer depends on the quality of the defense team, the resources they're given, and how much the judge will tolerate. Because to handle a death penalty
This is a
case,
good video.
you're really handling 2 cases at once. Is he guilty? Does he deserve death? And the second question is 100 times more complicated than the first.
Right.
You have to go back 3 generations and trace his family back. Was there a mental problem? Is there an alcohol problem? Is there some problem in their lives? You want to talk to every school teacher. You want to learn every single thing about this person, because the decision for the jury is not how terrible the crime was. The question is, given how terrible the crime was, does this person need to be killed, or is there some other punishment, obviously life in prison, multiple life sentences, that would meet all our needs?
That's a great point you raised, because that's the
Wow.
defense's argument that would potentially come up if this is death penalty. We don't know that much about Koberger's life in terms of, any kind of mental health issues or how he behaved. I mean, it seems to me we're
Wow.
all wondering if he is convicted, what a jury would do. I know you have your hands tied because you don't know all that mitigating evidence that the
That's a
defense
good
could
question,
bring.
Pam.
But based on what you're seeing so far in the early reports of Koberger and
Yep.
what he's accused of doing, do you think that there's a strong likelihood if you were able to impanel a death qualified jury members who, as you said, say we can vote in favor of the death penalty if the facts and the law lead us there, do you think that there's a strong likelihood he could be executed?
Anytime there is a death, and here there are multiple deaths, there is some likelihood that someone will be executed.
Right.
At the same time, we have seen over the last decade that in terribly, terribly, terribly serious cases, and I don't want to make it sound like no murder is serious, all murders are serious, but when there's murder upon murder, that sometimes jurors have responded, this is a terribly damaged person. This is a person who snapped. This is a person who acts. I said, we don't need it. So I hate to do this to you. I'm going to disappoint you. I'm not going to say, oh, the odds are 40% or 72%.
I gotcha.
Can't do that. It is a case. The more loss of life, the greater the risk. That's a
Right.
simple equation.
Yeah.
But that's the beginning of the calculus, not the end.
That's totally fair. One of the
Wow,
things
what
that
a
I've been
video.
wondering is, I'm sure you saw Brian Koberger stood silent during his arraignment. He chose not to enter a guilty plea. He had the court do it on his behalf. He has hired, or he has retained death penalty qualified attorneys. So he's preparing for the prosecution, ultimately saying we want to pursue the death penalty. A part of me thinks that maybe he did that and stood silent because he's open to negotiations. And I'm curious how open the prosecution would be and say, listen, if he pleads guilty, we will take the death penalty off the table. It saves everyone the time, the heartache, the expense of a trial. Do you think?
And that's one of the reasons why I brought up last night in the show, asking everybody if they thought it was a possibility that he would confess October 2nd. It just makes you wonder. Confess to what he maybe just confess to what he did if he wasn't the one that actually committed but was involved or whatever. The different theories that we've been talking about. What if October 2nd he's looking for a deal to confess in his part? If it's not, confess to the whole thing. It makes you wonder.
I don't know. Yeah.
What's up, Fariba? I'm just saying. I know you guys were saying this shit last night. I know, but you have to think about it as a possibility. I know you I know you guys were saying this shit last night, but really. That too, Karen. We discussed that Alfred plea earlier in the week. Yeah, that too. You have to think. Listen, we've been surprised before and before. I'm not gonna say not, it's just like playing a game. It ain't over until the clock says 0, 0, 0. Otherwise, there could still be 1 second left. You just never know. I hope it goes to trial too. And I hope they allow cameras. I hope they allow the whole kit and caboodle. But, even if it's just audio, just something, not find out about it from tweets and all this other shit.
Right.
Open the prosecution.
But this is a great video. He's got a lot of interesting things to say.
Would be and say, listen, if he pleads guilty, we will take the death penalty off the table. It saves everyone the time, the heartache, the expense of a trial. Do you think that might be what's happening behind the scenes? And maybe it was one of the reasons why he stood silent.
I do too.
I'm
You know, give us the same shit you gave us for OJ. That's what I'm wanting. I'm wanting 6 different fucking cameras, you know, fucking zoomed in on testimonies, zoomed in on the judge, zoomed in on the prosecution, the defense, the side views. I mean, I want all that shit. Yeah, it makes you wonder, is that why he was standing silent? Was it because he's trying to work on a better deal? Didn't want to plead. We went through a whole bunch of other theories, even the theory that he's not competent, you know, why he didn't plead, and the theory that he's not competent because of maybe medication. He used the judge for probative value. Live trial for sure. I'm hoping. And I'm taking the whole first week off whenever it happens. I'm doing my 8 to 8.
Well, it saves everyone the time, the heartache, the expense of a trial. Do you think that might be what's happening behind the scenes, and maybe it was one of the reasons why he stood silent?
I'm not going to guess why, because there are many reasons a person would stay silent.
Many.
But some people are numb at that stage. It's really scary to be in that position. Some people, the lawyers have said, you're better off saying nothing. And sometimes it's exactly what you're saying. As to would a prosecutor weigh that, we're back to that political question. There have been capital cases around the country where early on the defense says, we'll end this. We'll end this. We know our client is getting life. Our client will never be paroled. We're willing to end it. And some prosecutors say, great. Some prosecutors take some time and then come around to great. And some say, we're not interested. And we're back to that community and community values and community pressures. The other thing is to make those discussions meaningful. It may, in a weird way, be too premature. So here's what I mean. On the one hand, end it soon, much less pain, let the families get on with healing. On the other hand, to make a convincing case of why you prosecutors should not seek the death penalty. Sometimes you need all that background information to then say, let me show you all my cards. Let me tell you the life history. Let me tell you what a jury's going to hear. And then a prosecutor might say, you know what? That is bona fide mitigation. Right? I don't know. I'm not going to comment about this defendant, this accused, but let's suppose his IQ is on the margin. I don't think that's the case here. My memory was he was in college, but some people can fake it till they make it. But let's
grad student, yeah.
Right? But if that were an issue, a prosecutor might say, that's important to me. I don't know. There's also a culture from community to community. So in certain communities, you know, as a lawyer, this prosecutor wants to hear from me early. No, this prosecutor doesn't want to hear from me until I have a substantial background showing that I can make.
That's a good point. I think
good
Idaho,
question, Karen.
I wanted to ask you about this too, is very unique. Idaho isn't unique because it's been making news in terms of the death penalty. It seems that they are ready to reinstitute the firing squad. And one of the things that has come up is, did they decide to put the firing squad as a method of execution back on the table because of Kohberger? And if Kohberger is ultimately convicted and sentenced to death, would he die by firing squad? I wanted to get your opinion on the firing squad as a method of execution and possible method of execution of Brian Kohberger.
So over the last decade, there have been challenges around the country to different modes of execution, whether it's electrocution, whether it's certain combinations of drugs or medications. Do they really, this sounds like a contradiction in terms, but do they kill the person as humanely as possible? Okay. And so there's been a ton of litigation. I suspect the firing squad issue was because of that kind of litigation, and sometimes it's hard to get the drugs. It's not hard, I hate to say it, it's not hard to get bullets. You know, if he were convicted and if he were sentenced to death, and if after all the years and years, if not decades of appeals, the death sentence were to be carried out, by that point, they might be done with the firing squad. That may be their only one. If it's the law of that state, then that's what they would use.
Well, like you said, we will wait and
Wow.
see. And if he's convicted and if he's sentenced to death, it'll be quite some time before he is
Right.
ultimately executed. Professor Jules Epstein, I really enjoyed this conversation with you. Incredibly informative. And there's a reason you are a leading expert on this subject matter. Thank you so much for taking the time. We really appreciate it.
Wow. Well, that
Yeah,
was a very
wow.
interesting video. Definitely click on that and
Absolutely.
save that for your playlist too. Right, Ray? Right? Man. But it does
That
make
was
you
very
wonder, the
good.
whole silent plea. Yeah, the whole silent plea. Now we're going to go back to this, the one channel we checked out in the beginning, Boundless Millennial. There's another video I'm going to show you guys. And thank you all for hanging out tonight. A lot of stuff to go over. And I'll be doing the Henrietta stuff tomorrow. I just wanted to take a break and do a lot of updates to the backgrounds and all that stuff. Stuff for the show. Yeah, but you guys are crazy. So this is talking about a second Elantra in the Idaho crime. Now, the timeline definitely is crazy. Doesn't make sense. We all thought maybe there was another vehicle, maybe. So I definitely want to hear. We came across this channel a couple days ago, and really good thoughts, theories, and opinions.
Suspect vehicle number 2 has been located. You remember Emma Bailey and her pimp dealer, Demetrius? Well, this is his brother's house.
Police in Moscow, Idaho are now looking for a white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra like this one.
Remember all that time when they were looking for a 2011 to 2013 Elantra?
Investigators say information about the sedan and at least one person seen inside the car came from some of the more than 6,000 tips they've received from the public.
Every press release said they didn't care what kind of illegal activities you were involved in that night. They would overlook that because they really wanted information about this case.
What drove someone to do this? The families of those involved and our entire community deserve to know.
100% fucking idiots. If I have to, I'll just start running plates and attach all of them. I was seriously doing the same thing.
And to say that the cops knew about all of this drug activity that was going on is an understatement.
Who lives here? The other ones works and they ran like crazy. You don't know who lives here? Get on the damn door. We're just here for a noise complaint. Look at that. Abandoned property. Who's the owner who lives here?
But as long as you kept the noise level down, you wouldn't have a problem.
I believe it was, I think Demetrius's cousin or brother or something has a white Hyundai Elantra. And I'm sure some of the videos that we'll be getting into tonight, I think, have something about that, because there's a lot of stuff that I saved for tonight. We're not going to be able to get through it all, but I'm going to kind of comb through as we keep the evening going. I'm going to kind of comb through, hit the ones But yeah, these two are definitely suspicious to me as well. That's for damn sure.
They left and went over to some other party, and everyone is about to leave and go over to another party.
Okay. Who does live here? What are their names?
I am actually not sure. I live across the street. I just came over.
Can't disturb the neighbors.
Hello, miss. What's your name?
Xana.
Xana, do you live here?
Yes.
Underage drinking and rug activity? Sure. Just don't disturb the neighbors.
I assume noise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that there was a big gathering at the 1122 King Road house the night before the murders.
All right, can you hear me, Maddie?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Do you live at 1122 Queen Street?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And we know that Emma Bailey frequented that house to sell product.
Someone paid Jack's sister that day and captured it 3:30 a.m.
Maybe she stashed something there the night before or had someone hold on to something and it went missing. Her dealer was determined to get it back.
He also believes the behavior of the victims was different leading up to the brutal killing.
Could it explain the girls hearing rummaging through the house at 2:15 a.m.? Could it explain why no one wants to say they saw Ethan and Xana that night?
Calling the phone number we saw online for Sigma Chi. But that has apparently been disconnected.
Could it explain why the girls were calling Jack frantically even though they just left the bar that he was at?
Talk to Maddie tonight?
Yes, I have.
Oh.
She's at the corner club.
Okay.
It could explain why they were looking for a 2011 to 2013 Elantra when Brian Koberger had a 2015.
You gotta think.
Could it explain the four figures running around in the background of this police body cam footage? Could it explain why students heard about the murders at 9:30 a.m., but the cops weren't called till noon? Could it explain why they excluded Bethany's testimony from the PCA? Could it explain why the cops never questioned these kids again that were literally outside the house around the time of the murders? Could it explain why the Elantra was seen on the Linda Lane camera at 2:45 a.m. seen at WSU at the same exact time?
Here called Linda Lane. See how close it is to the house where the kids were murdered? That owner turned over surveillance video to the police showing, you guessed it.
He frequently saw Koberger in the company of an Asian girl, often laughing and joking. On the night of the murder, he saw him right out here, acting normally.
Oh, damn, it cut off real quick. Here, let me switch to this so you guys don't get the loud noise. So this is the other creator I was talking about at the beginning of the show. We've checked out some of their videos, the last couple shows as well. So this is, here, let me, Thou Shalt Not Kill True Crime. And thank you for hopping in. So, you know, we've talked about Kopaka. You know, I've talked about Kopaka. I even have his residence saved in my Google Maps when we're talking and I pull up Google. I even have that location. Because you can't, you know, when it comes to this, right? When it comes to, you got two routes, okay? If you're leaving the Step 2 apartments where Brian Koberger resided, you got two routes to go. You got one route where you turn right, you're leaving your property, and you turn right. You can barely go any, you know, through just a little bit of the city, not much, and then you're hitting rural roads until you get to Moscow. Now, why, if you're going to commit this crime, and you know, because why would you want to drive through the city so you can get caught on surveillance cameras all over the place? So instead, you're gonna leave your property and turn left, and you're gonna go in this direction, and you're going to get spotted on the surveillance at 2:44. Then it's got your vehicle leaving this direction And that's where Kopaka resided. So when it comes to leaving the property, why would you go left instead of right? And it's just very interesting when you could literally leave your apartment, walk out to the side of the street, dude pulls up, hops in the car, and you guys are taking off, heading to Moscow. So this is Thou Shalt Not Kill True Crime channel. Ran into him a couple days ago. Great content. Appreciate their hard work. And this is a video that they made 5 days ago. Idaho 4. Brian Kohberger seen here twice on Morning of Crimes. Was it to pick up Kopaka?
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you for stopping by. Good to see you again. Sorry I haven't seen you in a couple of days, but it's
Great
been for a
work.
good reason.
I
I've
hope
been
to have him
traveling.
on sometime.
I'm here at the Steptoe Apartments.
I'd love to hear his opinions.
And we all know what the Steptoe Apartments is. This is Brian Kohberger's apartment complex where everything went down. So I took a walk around and I was looking for the storage unit. I believe I found it. I think it's right here.
Good night, Karen.
So this, I'm going to be doing a series of videos while I'm in Pullman and while I'm in Moscow. So this first part, we're going to start at Brian's apartment, and we're going to take a look at his perspective. We're going to get into his mindset. What's going on in this place?
It's just,
What is
I don't
he-
know. It's been in my
what is
gut
he
ever since
consuming
January.
mentally and emotionally while he's here. What's on that Fire Stick? What's on his computer? What's going on? So as you can see, there's people still around here. We don't want to get too nosy, so we'll walk around. Let's go find this storage unit. So I believe this is it right here. And I believe so because of the padlock right here. Now if we pull this down and open it up,
whoa,
that is not a storage unit. So no. So I have yet to find the storage unit.
He just
which
opened
is
that
fine.
shit up.
So what we're gonna do today is
That's
not only
bold.
walk around Brian Kohberger's shoes from his perspective. I'm also gonna go to the coffee house apartments. Now this is important because he stopped there 2 times on that morning. Why would you do that? That makes absolutely no sense, and I'll tell you why, and I will show you why.
Stopped 2 times there that morning.
And we're also going to go to the Jack in the Box, but that will be for tomorrow's video. And I'm going to go there and eat the Kohberger special.
They have a Kohberger special at Jack in the Box. Are you serious?
I call it the Kohberger special because
Oh.
it was vegan tacos, and that was the only thing that he could actually eat there.
Oh. I was like,
So,
damn.
all right, guys. Let's go to his front door and get into his mind. So as Brian Kohberger closes the door that night and locks the door, what's going through his mind? Is he seeing nothing but dead red? Does he hear nothing but screaming in his head? Or is he so locked in on Maddie that he feels nothing? So he comes down, walks down the stairs. God knows what happens. Gets in his white car and hits the road. So I have a couple questions to ask. So at this point, Maddie's nothing but an object to him. Now I wonder if he actually expects her to be all by herself. Now, if he is stalking her these 12 times, I'm very sure he'd pick up on who's in that house and who's not in that house. But at this point, is he just so dead set that he wants to test himself? He wants to see if he is that smart, if he can pull off the ultimate crime, if he is the next Ted Bundy,
Great fucking theories, man.
or is this just a Wrong place, wrong time.
Ducking. I don't even
Now, I
know.
wanted to head to this bench over here because last time I was here, it gave me a very eerie vibe. And it's only about 300 feet away from Koberger's apartment. And I don't know why it gave me such a weird vibe, but it did. So here's the bench I wanted to show you, and here's why. Take a look. Look at all these windows he could just look in. Just sitting on the bench, acting like he's doing homework on his phone, whatever. Now, he was accused of breaking into a female student's apartment here.
By News Nation.
Under the ruse that he was doing it to prove to her that she should buy security cameras. I'm very sure that's where he was stalking and looking through her windows and picked his target.
Ain't that shit from News Nation? Or Dateline, News Nation pumping it. I mean, Dateline was full of thinks, may have, could have, possible. I mean, it was a bunch of...
I think it was on Dateline first.
I just remember.
I think it was on Dateline first. Yeah, News Nation.
The Nancy Grace.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the way she took it. It's like, jeez. Huh.
So now we're gonna walk back towards his house and get in the car. Now this is where it gets interesting. So when he gets in the car, he doesn't go straight for the freeway, which is 2 minutes behind. This way. He goes to the Coffee House Apartments. At 2:45 a.m.,
right.
He will be spotted on Nevada and Stadium Way.
244.
Just one block up from the Coffee House Apartments.
244.
One Brent Kopaka lived.
So,
all right, guys.
And this is what he's talking about. It was at 244. He was on surveillance at this intersection right here, Nevada and Stadium Way. 244. Also, supposedly on Linda Lane at 244, also in Moscow. So just keep that in mind. How does that fucking happen? I don't know. 2 Elantras. And when you see who all has an Elantra, that's 2011 to 2013. Taillights are BK's 2015 taillights are different than the taillights that are on the picture that they released from the gas station, which is a 2000 to a 11 to a 2013 Hyundai Elantra. 244 and 244 can't be at the same place 2 times at the same time. Coffee house. So he's basically saying it's like literally right there. There's the road. Here's the road that he was surveilled on. And you come down Stadium Way. Turn down Stadium Way. Literally right there. Kopaka Road.
So this is where we're going to start trying to connect Brent Kopaka and what role, if any, he has to play in this. So we're going to go to the Coffee House Apartments after that.
Yeah, Pam, that's what we discussed. We discussed the possibility of Koberger knowing the mental situation, because it was reported from friends and family at Kopaka that he was going through some shit the few weeks before everything went down, before he passed. Unalived. So we even thought, did BK know this? Was he the one? Because it was called for a hostage situation. There were no hostages when they showed up. So did BK call it? Because he knew what Kopaka would do in the situation where he has a SWAT team bum rushing him, right? You don't get your hands dirty. Somebody else does it, and it's legit because of, you know, LE involvement when it comes to this, what took place. So, you know, unless they can track the call, but you could be calling on the burner phone that you were using while you were committing the crime because you shut off your real phone. So it could have been a call from the same burner phone, you know? And I'm not even saying white, Pam. I'm thinking it could be gray, light, silver, gray, or white. They all pretty much look the same in the dark when they have light shining on them. You get that metallic paint, a light silver, have light hitting on it, it could show up like it's white, definitely, on surveillance at night.
And I've worked up a bit of an appetite. I'm going to hit the Jack in the Box. Alrighty, time to get in the white horse.
Sounds good.
Alrighty, guys, how we doing? So I just arrived here at the Coffee House Apartments, and I got to be honest, I just parked my car, and on my way here, first thought that came into my head is, what in the actual hell did he drive out here for? It makes no tactical sense. It makes no practical sense. It's 7 minutes away from his house.
Right. In the opposite direction of where...
It's 2 minutes behind his house. Why would he come here? The way this guy thinks, the way this guy operates, everything we've been told about him, there is no point in coming out here. Not once, but twice. Now at 5:45 in the morning is where he is caught on camera, right down there. His car is caught on camera at 5:45 a.m. That would be about an hour and 45 minutes after the crimes occurred. And then, as I've stated previous, at 2:45 a.m., he's spotted behind the building. Why did you come here twice? Are you here to pick up Brent Kopaka? Because this is where Brent Kopaka lives. This is his apartment complex.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now, to remind you of why Brent Kopaka...
You know what I'm saying? And why would you go through the city in the opposite direction if you're heading to the crime scene? And you could easily go turn right out of your street, head a rural road all the way till you get to frickin' Moscow and barely be on any kind of surveillance. Instead, you're going to go the opposite direction, possibly get on all of the surveillance from driving through the city. It just absolutely makes no sense unless you were there to pick or meet. You got to remember, this was at 2:44 when he was seen on the Nevada Stadium intersection. Crimes didn't take place till 4, and it only takes 15 minutes to get there. Who says he wasn't there to prepare? With or without?
Is on our radar. It is because on December 14th at 9 p.m., the Pullman Police Department is called because Brent Kopaka is threatening to kill his roommates. So the standoff ensues until about 3 or 4 in the morning. The whole building is evacuated, and the SWAT team takes out Brent Kopaka about 3 or 4 in the morning. Now, why is this important? Because December 14th turns into December 15th. And what happens on December 15th? Brian Kohberger gets pulled over, not once, but twice.
Yep.
Now, I'm going to let you know, the first pullover was the FBI, and here's why. It was the FBI because 20 minutes later, when he gets pulled over by the next cop, Brian asks, "Why are you pulling me over? I just got pulled over 20 minutes ago." Cop asks, "Who pulls you over?" And he goes, "Some guy in an SUV."
That's right. That's right.
And the trooper says, we don't have those kind of cruisers. I don't know who pulled you over. Dead giveaway owes the FBI.
Huh.
Now, were they on him? Because they are, I'm sure they were already on him by then. But was that then after they took out Kopaka because they figured out what happened with him? Did they come and like kind of start messing with him? Like, "Hey man, we're on you. Coming to get you. See you soon." Now, I have not been able to officially make a connection between Brent Kopaka,
Same
and
here,
Brian
bro.
Kohberger.
But we're
I
we're
think I have
right
a hunch
here.
though.
We're
If
right there.
Brian Kohberger is Papa Rogers, I believe that's how they met. And Brent Kopaka had an alter ego of some sort. I'll have to find those messages and go through them and see if I see some common denominators pop up and some coded language and stuff like that. And please help me with that. I need your help with that. But that is the only logical connection I can think of. Other than that, there's nothing out there, guys, other than Brian Kohberger came here at 2:45 in the morning and once again at 5:45. And I'm telling you straight up, it does not make any sense.
It don't.
All right, guys, that's all I got for you today.
It don't make no damn sense.
Wow.
It really makes you wonder. And then it really makes you wonder, was he just the brains? And Kopaka was the one that did the, was he the one that came in and said, don't worry, I'm here to help? Not that was being said to a victim, but it was being said to the other person that was already inside the property committing the crime. Instead of it being told to the victim, which we all thought, because that's what it states in the PCA, maybe it was one co-conspirator saying it to the other co-conspirator because maybe they were supposed to meet. It's fucking awesome. Good information. Good theories, thoughts, and opinions. I just came across these two, and I was just like, wow, great information. Great videos, great content. And did he know, the mental state? It is a reach. But it definitely, it makes you wonder. That's why I like playing these, because they make you wonder. Let me see if there's anything breaking going out. Oh, come on, YouTube.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, Duckin, and I remember that actually when he mentioned it. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. He did. I do remember that part of the body cam where he's like, I don't know, we don't have SUVs. It was a good catch. Now there was something else he mentioned, and I'm going to get to that video if YouTube will allow me. Now, he brought up Papa Roger, and Harsh Reality did a video a couple weeks ago on Papa Roger, wondering if he really is Papa Roger. It's interesting that he brought up that maybe Papa Roger was the connection to Kopaka. Because remember, Kopaka was also on social media and had some very interesting posts on his social media right before everything went down. Even took a picture of his eyeball. I see you too. Makes you fucking wonder. So this is real harsh. We do like checking out his videos. It's damn near each night now, but I appreciate his thoughts and theories and opinions too. So we're going to switch to this video about, it's like I said, it's from a couple weeks ago, but it's about Papa Roger. They really do. They really do, Pam. Very interesting. And Boundless Millennial as well. It's good stuff. So this one's about Papa Roger from Harsh Reality.
Well, hello there. How you doing? I was requested to say that. I was requested, believe it or not. Told me that that was the only reason that they watched me. And if I didn't do it again, I was in danger of losing a supporter, a subscriber. And I don't want that. But anyway, enough of that shit. Straight into the meat and potatoes. As I do another video that has been requested, that is talking about Papa.
Real quick before we get into it, yeah, took a picture of his eyeball. Here, I'll actually get it for you. And it had a message, I see you too, spelled really odd. And so this is the picture that I'm talking about.
You can kind of see a silhouette of the person taking the picture.
Yeah, to me it looks like they're standing, you can see like a stairway going down off to the right side. So they're on like a platform or a walkway that's above ground. Yeah, and the pupil is very small. But to me, it appears to be outside on the second floor of like a balcony or a walkway or something.
Yeah.
Definitely creepy. Had some really interesting posts right before everything went down.
But anyway, enough of that shit. Straight into the meat and potatoes. As I do another video that has been requested, that is talking about Papa Rogers. Who is Papa Rogers, I hear some of you say, who have obviously been living under a rock. Because anyone who's been following this case from the very beginning will have heard the name Papa Rogers. Papa Rogers, and as a side note, through this video, as we progress, there will be things that flash up on the screen. My editing genius. And it will give you posts that he has said, he had posted. And some of them are going to shock you if you haven't seen them. I think most of you will have seen them. If not, sit down, strap yourself in. But the question here regarding Papa Rogers is, who is Papa Rogers? Now, we saw that there was an account a while ago that was talking about visual snow. And after that, everybody ran with the Brian Kohberger's got visual snow. And there will be people watching this video, you, you, who will potentially still believe that Brian Kohberger has visual snow. But Sloofy Goosey over on Twitter, she is on this platform as well, I think. She had done a dive
Papa Roger
into
had a lot of
that
interesting
account,
information
and
before
it
it
would
was
appear
out,
that
even about the
that
sheaf.
account was actually linked to an email address that was linked to someone else who wasn't Brian Kohberger. Just saying. But we all have accounts online. This is the modern day evolution of us phasing out having real friendships and actually talking to one another, and perhaps being in a situation as depicted in Demolition Man by Wesley Snipes and Rocky Balboa. And look, I hope we don't go down that route where there's no physical contact, there's no nothing, it's all done with a virtual reality headset on. And if you listen to Elon Musk, he scares the shit out of you because he tells you that video games will be indistinguishable from real life in a few years' time. And maybe we're already in a simulation, but that's a video for perhaps my other channel, not this one. But look, Papa Rogers, he had put some stuff online at times when it had not been released officially by law enforcement. And look, there are some people who think Brian Kohberger didn't do this. There are people who think Brian Kohberger did do this. There's people like myself who think that there is a potential for Brian Kohberger to be maybe a cog as part of a bigger machine, and there are other cogs to that. Did he do the crime? I'm not 100% sure, and I'll say it again, innocent until proven guilty. And for me, there's just not enough to convict him and him alone. But ultimately, this Papa Rogers account belonged to someone, and it belonged to someone who knew what had happened. Now, obviously, since Brian Kohberger's arrest, that account has gone quiet. And to be fair, even if that wasn't Brian Kohberger, that was the smartest play. But surely they will be able to tie that account into someone. Surely. They're obviously going through everyone's digital footprint, and they've got Brian Kohberger's phone, they've got his computer, everything. But that account could play a huge part in this case. We know that Brian Kohberger has got another co-counsel, Miss Masseth, and she is a force to be reckoned with. And some people have turned around and said, look, this is a show of force. I say it could be a show of fear. Because ultimately, if Brian Kohberger thought that he could walk this, why would he need an army so powerful? But maybe he's fighting someone who he knows he's going to have the best people backing him, because he's not just fighting the cause, he's fighting the system. And again, that's a conspiracy, I know, conspiracy theory, but ultimately, if you're fighting the system and a cover-up and you've been framed, then you're going to need some form of army to get you out of it. It ain't going to be that easy, because for you to get out of that courtroom, you have to prove that the system's broken. You have to prove that the system is flawed and the system is able to be manipulated, and other heads have got to roll for that. And that ain't going to be easy to do. Now, is the court case, is the whole thing itself going to be televised? Are we going to see it like flies on the wall? Who knows? But Papa Rogers' account and the things that he said that you've been watching as we've been watching this video flash up on the screen, such as even doing a picture that depicted where the people were potentially found. The fact that the knife sheath was left behind. Questioning why they did it. How long did the person spend in the house? All of these things. All of these things.
So suspicious.
Now, I can't tell you whether Brian Kohberger was Papa Rogers. Now, there has been people who have been involved in the pushing of certain narratives, not mention any names, Justin. But it just so happens that even Justin's, I'm not going to dox the dude, but let's just say that his name, if you put his real name and pair that up against Papa Rogers,
say it,
you'd sit back down in your chair, I'm telling you. And could that again be a complete coincidence? Could it really?
Right, because we don't know.
Or could it be that someone set up that account who was being fed information?
Good point.
Who knows? But that account They either had a fucking good guess at stuff and hit it bob on, or the person behind that knew exactly what happened. Let me know down below what you think. Do you think that Papa Rogers was Brian Kohberger all along? Was it him? And if it was him, what does this tell you about him? What questions are... It was almost like he was poking the bear, wanting to get caught. The knife sheath being left behind.
And being so freaking adamant when somebody would come in and say some other theory or some other what didn't go along. I mean, because Papa Roger gave you a full fucking description of how the crime took place, what happened, how it happened, the timeline of it happening, the order. And then you go based off all these other posts that Papa Rogers was putting out too. I really need to find the episode that I went through the Papa Rogers stuff because I can't find it. And back then I was so horrible with descriptions. I really need to find it. I found the inside looking one. That's deleted now. But I found the inside looking one, the show that we went through that. I just can't find the one we went through the Papa Rogers stuff. And I really need to find that one. It's just, I was so horrible with my descriptions, just learning. You know, I still am up to this day. But, man, I really need to find that because it is a really interesting read. I really would like to show that again sometime if I could ever find the freaking video.
Do you want me to do some searching tomorrow?
If you can. I mean, I honestly, I couldn't even tell you. It could be the middle of November we went through it. I honestly don't remember. I remember we did Inside Look and read through. I remember we did Papa Roger read through. Went through the whole thing. But both of those are deleted, so you can't go through them and do read-throughs again. But I know that I did it, and I know they're there. I found the Inside Looking, just not the Papa Roger one. So yeah, it'd be a lot of work. But
when was the Inside Looking one? Do you remember?
That honestly, I can't remember because I looked through so many videos. I don't remember the date, but I remember. I do know the video. I have it written down. I can't remember what date it was. I'd have to look through my notes and see exactly. I just got the show notes in front of me right now. I mean, yeah, if we can find that, I'm definitely going to replay it, or I'll make a clip out of it. And then that way, we don't even have to do a live thing. Well, I'll just make a clip out of it and we'll sit back and watch it together. Kind of like I did with the Floor of Fire stuff. I'll just hang out.
I'll see what I can find tomorrow.
Okay. Terrible at it too. Have you tried it? Yeah. Not Chat GPT. There's something else, but I don't know. I just rarely use it. I think I'm doing a lot better with my descriptions now. And I don't necessarily need to find the most catchiest one that's going to be clickable. You know, I don't know. I like being natural, you know? Even if it is cheesy headlines. But it makes you wonder, like, the dude, Papa Roger, had so much freaking information, detailed information, had diagrams, gave you the order, gave you the sheath information before that was even released. Exactly. I gotta catch one of your lives sometime. I never know if you go live or not. I'd love to hang out and support you. And thank you, Pam. I appreciate it. I'm just learning as I go, you know. It'd be so funny to watch some of my first shows and see how horrible I was. Practice makes perfect. Yeah, this is interesting. Now, there's another channel I wanted. We check them out from time to time. This is True Crime Design. And they have a video about the ring cam, the leaked ring cam. Is it legit, the audio? So I want to check that one out, and then we'll get into some of these other videos too. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me so long. I figured it's a holiday, so I'll have a longer show tonight. Get into most of the stuff. Be definitely doing Henrietta horror case tomorrow afternoon. I'll put out a notification for that in the morning, and then we'll be back again tomorrow night. We'll kind of see what's going on with everything. There is some stuff I want to get into, but I might try and talk about another case here. We have been talking about Idaho for a lot. I mean, I don't mind it because it's a lot of interesting conversations, and I appreciate your guys' thoughts and opinions and your conversation and everything. That's why it's one of my shows that I do so much with Idaho 4 is just because of all of our conversations. They're just great, and I appreciate your guys' involvement and all that. So this is True Crime Design. Is the leaked ring cam audio legit?
Now, I know, Chanley, there was also a viral post going around about some audio from the crime scene on the night of those murders. What do we know about that?
That's right. If anyone has been following this case closely, especially online and social media, TikTok, Facebook, you probably noticed a viral post, multiple viral posts regarding alleged audio. Remember in the affidavit, it says at 4:17 a.m., the neighbors to my left here have a surveillance video camera that picked up audio from Xana Kernodle's room about 50 feet away. About 4:17, hearing the dog begin to bark, hearing a loud thud and what sounded like either whispers or whimpering at around 4:17 during the time of the murders. So circulating online are posts like the ones you see on the screen of this alleged audio of that surveillance video here. And so being on the ground, I spoke with the neighbors here. Paul's going to pan over here how close this home is, this blue home that we've seen next to the crime scene where that surveillance video would be. I caught the people living there walking out earlier, and they have debunked that audio. It is not the audio from that surveillance video. So I think that's important to clear up because those posts have gone so viral. But you can see behind me just how close that blue home where that surveillance video would be to Xana Kernodle's room right up there on the second floor to be able to pick that up.
Now we're right. Now we're right.
Yeah, that's the same audio that we went over in the middle of March. Yeah, I think Ray, weren't you the one that first came in? Yeah. Been debunked. Yeah, because the people that had recorded it had came forward, right? Is that correct? It came out, I think it was March 15th is when it came out. And, you know, we wondered since then. And then a few weeks ago, I even brought it up to talk about it again. Because I was like, you know what? I've been hearing about this going around again. It's been like a month since we checked it out. I actually had to go back to one of my old episodes to get the audio from it. And then I believe, Ray, that's when you hopped in, right? When we were going back through the old episode. I think that's when you hopped in and you gave us those facts. But yeah, this is the same audio, so I don't think it's legit. It does sound creepy as hell. It does sound eerie, and it definitely sounds like it could have been at the crime scene. And who knows? Even though it's not, maybe that is what it sounded like when all that took place. But I wanted to show that video. I want to apologize to True Crime Design for having another creator's link up there while I was playing the beginning of your video. So I quickly realized it didn't update, because even though you save it, it doesn't take it away and replace it. You actually have to click it to undo it and then click it to add it again. I don't get it. Okay, so we tackled the Papa Rogers stuff. This is interesting from Truth and Transparency. They did a video about the isolated targeted attack in the timeline. We might go through some of that tonight. It is a lengthy one, but they always have interesting stuff. So let me see what else we got. Jules of All Trades. I came across that channel from Thou Shalt Not Kill True Crime channel. Because they were talking about one of their videos of Jules of All Trades True Crime. So I do want to check out a couple of those, right? Now this one, let me get the link for you guys. So if you want to sub to this channel, I did check it out earlier before the show. Great work, great content. So I'll share that real quick. Is it going to show up? Okay, there we go. Here, let me shorten that up a little bit. We'll get rid of that. There, so it's all in one line. There we go. Okay, this is about the timeline and 2 Elantras, or who was driving the Elantra, but there's also one about 2 Elantras. You know what? Let's check this one out first, because I have a feeling this one's going to cover that one as well. The Tale of 2 Elantras, Intertwining Timelines, Idaho Quadruple Case. Jewels of all trades, true crime.
I know it's been like 5 or 6 days, but it's time to.
Okay, so let me make sure I got it all up there. And show. If you'd like to hop up, you're more than welcome. Here's a link. All right.
To finish this Intertwining the Timeline series. Let's get on with part 3.
Oh, it's a series. Okay. Why did it pause? Ooh, look at that intro. That's so cool. Wow, impressive.
Hey guys, this is Jules with True Crime Reactions. If you have been following my coverage on the Idaho quadruple homicide case, you would know that here recently I have been taking the GPS locations from the PCA. I've been taking all of the information from the traffic cameras and the information that we have from Dylan's timeline about what happened in the house and combining them together chronologically so that we can kind of try to make more sense about what could have actually gone down the night of the murders. Now, who of you remembers this?
A night manager at this gas station in Moscow, Idaho, discovered surveillance video that showed a white sedan driving by on the night the 4 University of Idaho students were murdered. The timestamp says 3:45 a.m. It shows the car traveling on this road outside the gas station. It's just 1.2 miles from the house where the students were murdered.
We know that it was on Highway 8, right in front of the gas station, and turned onto a side road. It appeared the car was headed out of town.
Now, for a while, they were telling us this was a 7-11, obviously, on mobile. I want you guys to keep the timestamp 3:45 a.m. in your minds as we are going through this. Now, who else remembers this?
That surveillance video of a white or light colored car matching the Elantra's description can be seen between 2:45 and 3:15 a.m. the morning of the murders. The video was taken from a building on Linda Lane, several streets away from the crime scene on King Road. Later,
And I'll show you guys here on the map real quick so you have a better view of it here. It's not far from the crime scene. Why is it doing that? Linda Lane. Right here, everybody. Look. Linda Lane is right here. Literally, if you're like counting a street and not the distance, just the next street, it's the next street over. Even though you got all this property, this is the apartment building you see all the body cam footage from. This is the field. That's the frat house. 1122 King Road. Linda Lane right there. That's 2:15 to 3:45.
Hall claims a similar vehicle can be seen on body camera video of an unrelated underage drinking bust.
And that's that apartment building I showed
driving
you.
by at 2:58 a.m. and uses a digital overlay to place a Hyundai Elantra on top of the vehicle. Later on at 3:12 a.m., body camera video picks up what appears to be 4 people running under a street lamp in the background, and less than a minute later, a high-pitched noise.
But I always found it very strange that they told us they were looking for this white Hyundai Elantra. They released body cam footage that basically shows a very similar vehicle passing by. there was a whole controversy about the sound that was heard in that, and a lot of us were thinking that had to have been the time that all of this happened. We're going to get to that here in a minute as well. But they released this footage at the exact same time they were telling us they needed this car found, but then had to turn right back around and tell us that the one in the footage was not the correct one. So right off the bat, just with this new information of the car, started all of the crazy, a new wave of crazy, shall I say. Okay, so what I did here, which I'm going to have this for you guys to see here in a second, is I took the timestamps and the information that Chris from the mob crew found whenever the Linda Lane footage showed up, and then the timestamps from the police body cam footage, and then the information that we have in the PCA for whenever the vehicle is already in Moscow, in the area. And I start this at around the same time that the girls are calling Jack D back to back, because again, after 2 o'clock in the morning, we know that all the victims were already in the house. And like I've mentioned in the previous videos, at the time that the girls are calling Jack D is the pretty much same time frame that Brian is leaving his apartment. Let's start with where Chris, again with the mob crew that found this Linda Lane stuff, states that between 2:45 and 3:15, a camera on Linda Lane sees the vehicle going west on Taylor towards the area. Okay, well that is the field where the kids and the cops were, where the body cam footage was taken.
Right.
And per the PCA, at 2:45, 3:15-ish, Brian Kohberger would still not technically be in Moscow. He wouldn't.
Right.
He would have been leaving Pullman around.
And that's what I was saying earlier. When they have the vehicle being at two different spots at the same time. They're saying 2:45, but I hear 2:44. Doesn't matter. What matters is you're saying that he was on Nevada in Stadium at 2:44, 2:45, and then you're also stating that he's on the camera on Linda Lane at 2:44/45. It doesn't make sense. You can't be in two places at the same time.
2:50-ish, and I'm not looking at my exact times, but we know that that's the best estimate. And then getting to the Indian Hills area, which is in Moscow, about a mile and a half or so away from the King Road area, at around 3:26. So 2:45, 3:15, still not in the area, according to the PCA. Now, on the police body cam footage that mob crew found, the timestamp is 2:58 when that vehicle passes by that they put that overlay on.
Okay.
So again, it's almost a half hour before Brian Kohberger's car is allegedly seen in the Indian Hills area after leaving Pullman. Now,
that's why when we're going through the timeline the other night, and you're telling me they went here and here and here and going this direction on this road, and it's like, what the fuck? It makes no damn sense.
at 3:12 is whenever that exact same police body cam footage shows those 4 people running by, and then in the same minute or so, there's a very high-pitched scream. And I'm going to say scream because I used to street race, and I know there's a bunch of people claiming that that's tires screeching. I promise you it's not. Now, I don't believe that that noise had anything at all to do with what happened, unless we have a really not correct at all time frame for the amount of time that these murders actually took, which, let me remind you guys, they're trying to tell us that this non-athletic man went into a 3-story house and took out 4 people in the middle of the night in the dark with a single weapon in like under 10 minutes. Okay. I always felt that that was a little strange, but the only concrete timeline we actually have when it comes to when this could have occurred is that 4:17 timestamp where the security cameras at a house 50 feet away from Xana's room picked up the whimpers and the voices, the thud, and the dog barking. Okay, 4:17. That is almost a complete hour after that noise on the body cam. Could they be related? If he was in there forever, longer than we think, sure. But if we're going based off of whoever did this got into the neighborhood and got into the house and did this in under 10 minutes, no, the two are not related whatsoever. Now, of course, this 312 is also whenever, according to the PCA, he's most likely still driving into town. Because this is only 19 minutes after he leaves Pullman, and it's still a good, 14 minutes or so before they show his vehicle in the Indian Hills area.
Man. Give me 1 second. Just take a screenshot of that. Great work from the channel. So I'm saying it makes no damn sense. You know, and they got 51 terabytes of information. Yeah. Probably video of every frickin' Elantra out there. I can imagine how many street camera videos are that's where all the terabytes are coming from, is video. You know, when we first heard 51 terabytes, everybody's going, yeah, it's a lot. It's like, yeah, it ain't pictures. It ain't fucking text documents. That ain't shit. Hell, it ain't even a fucking MP3 music song. Those are only like 13 megabytes. You're talking terabytes. What takes up that much? Video. What takes up that much? A whole lot of fucking video. So they have all of that video at their disposal. How is this timeline all over the fucking place?
Now at 3:26, like I've stated, is whenever in Hills area. And then within a few minutes at 3:29 is whenever the vehicle is first seen apparently getting into the King Road neighborhood. Okay. Well, then at 3:45 is whenever the gas station.
Here, let me get rid of the banner too. That way, if you guys want to take a screenshot, you can. Here. And then I'll rewind it, hit play for a few seconds so the time bar goes away, and then you can hit the screenshot on your device if you'd like.
Complete hour after that noise on the body cam. Could they be related? If he was in there forever, longer than we think, sure. But if we're going based off of whoever did this got into the neighborhood and got into the house and did this in under 10 minutes, no, the two are not related whatsoever. Now, of course, this 312 is also whenever, according to the PCA, he's most likely still driving into town. Because this is only 19 minutes after he leaves Pullman, and it's still a good, 14 minutes or so before they show his vehicle in the Indian Hills area. Now at 3:26, like I've stated, is whenever he gets to that Indian Hills area. And then within a few minutes at 3:29 is whenever the vehicle is first seen apparently getting into the King Road neighborhood. Okay. Well, then at 3:45 is whenever the gas station has the timestamp for the vehicle. Now, I'm going to read something from the probable cause affidavit itself, because I feel like these two paragraphs are what's causing a lot of controversy and a lot of maybe misinterpretation of the timeline of the vehicle itself. I read a couple of different articles this morning, and a handful of them, not very many, but a handful of them, when they are relaying what the PCA states is the timeline, they're stating that the vehicle was in the area and then left the area via Walenta, which we've discussed. But that's whenever the vehicle actually leaves the area permanently, not like it's left the area and then come back, at least not with the verbiage in the PCA. Now, is it possible? Is it possible that the vehicle was in the neighborhood at 3:29 went around a couple times, left the neighborhood, went by that Exxon Mobil, and that 3:45 timestamp really is the right car, and then they went back to the neighborhood. Okay, let's just go ahead and get to the portion I want to read so that it'll make more sense. So I'm going to start where it first starts listing times for the vehicle showing up in the Moscow area. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28. That is heading towards the King Road area. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by 1122 King Road residents and then leave via Walenta Drive. That sentence right there is, I think, what's causing the issue. And again, I could be wrong, and that's why I'm doing this out loud, because I could change my mind in what I'm thinking. So let's just keep going. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area for the 4th time at approximately 4:04. So right there where you hear 3 passes between 3:29 and technically at this point 4:04, that means it would have taken him that entire almost half hour to do those original 3 passes. Okay, this still does not take away what I said about who was driving the vehicle at the time the murders were taking place inside the house. If anything, this kind of concretes it for me just a bit more. It can be seen driving east on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road number 52, and then driving back westbound on King. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continues to the intersection of Queen and King, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again towards Queen. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. The same probably high rate of speed that the car was seen doing in the 3:45 timestamp at the gas station. Okay, let's just say he gets into the neighborhood at 3:29. That is still, what time was it that the body cam showed it? Let me grab my paper. That is still 30 minutes prior to the 2:58 timestamp showing the vehicle passing. And that 2:58 timestamp is barely 5 minutes after Brian has now left Pullman. There's no way that that was his vehicle. So again, let's just say, gets into the neighborhood at 3:29, does these initial 3 passes, and at some point does leave the neighborhood via Walenta. Because remember, Brian Inton states that in the security footage, it looks as if the vehicle is trying to leave town at a high speed. What if they were? And then
Right,
what
at
if
the gas
whoever it
station.
was, allegedly Brian Kohberger, changed their mind and turned around and went back to the neighborhood? Because for them to go 1.5 miles away and back wouldn't have taken this entire 30 minutes. Very well could have made those initial 3 turns, left the neighborhood, went by the gas station, turned around, and came back to the neighborhood for the 4th time in the area at 4:04. And it's not until after that 4:04 timestamp in the PCA that it lists all of the unsuccessful parking attempts and turnarounds. This still has the vehicle moving after 4:04 and before 4:20, with the timestamp of the voices and the whimpering and the dog at 4:17. Now, could the vehicle seen on the body cam footage, which I'm going to remind you again, is only seen 5 minutes after Brian Kohberger would have left Pullman, and in no way could that have been his car, could that have been the actual DoorDash driver? Yeah, it's very possible. The time frame for them getting home around 2 o'clock and the DoorDash being ordered, it's literally like a 30 to 35 minute delivery time. If you go to DoorDash and do your own due diligence on what's going on here, there is 24-hour delivery from the Pullman Jack in the Box. You can order it at any time. I actually went in and set an order to be delivered between 4 and 4:30, and it still told me a 35-minute delivery time. Like, it pre-estimated that for me. So for them to have gotten home around 2, made a DoorDash order, and it been delivered from Pullman and gotten there around that 3 o'clock mark, that adds up to me. Now, I know that here over the past few days, there's been a lot of channels suddenly starting to claim that it has been verified that the DoorDash driver was actually a dark-haired woman. And of course, that information is coming from no other than Boots on the Ground JLR. Now look, he obviously has a passion for what he does, I guess. But the fact that he can sit there and post a video claiming that he has verification that it was this woman, and that source that told him this is also stating that a vegan that was so vegan, he wouldn't even use his parrot's cookware if it ever touched meat before, like literally ever, orders bacon cheeseburgers from Jack in the Box. He's believing that and sharing that information like people that have common sense aren't just going to see right through that. No. I'll believe more information about the DoorDash driver if and when we get it.
Right.
Plain and simple.
Right.
I know the controversies around that. Okay. And I've looked all over the Moscow PD website and anywhere there's like official information for this. And yeah, people are right. The DoorDash driver is not listed on the cleared suspect list. Okay. Possibly they haven't addressed it and haven't mentioned anything else about it because it's irrelevant to what is happening here. And only this true crime community is keeping the whole DoorDash thing alive for like no reason because it's completely unrelated, which is why the police are not addressing it. That could be a thing here too. I will leave you guys with this one last thing.
Well, we don't know.
I was going at Law and Order.
You know, I feel like we don't know if they're addressing it or not. There's a gag order. And if they haven't cleared individual, per se, anything's possible at this point.
Right.
It could have been a decoy. We don't know. We don't know. Very
okay,
interesting
CJ.
information. Yeah.
I've been going through all your videos. Oh my gosh.
While we're on the show?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
you know,
wow.
my mind starts going.
No, you're good. The sleuth in you. The sleuth in you.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
I can't find it yet.
Oh, okay.
No, I can't find
it.
it.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Seriously, it's a tough one.
It's no wonder you couldn't find it.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
I'll still keep looking tomorrow.
Oh, thank you for looking. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she's got a lot of interesting stuff. There's one more video we're going to check out from her, and it has to do with two things. Why didn't X or E call 911 either? And why she believes Kohberger didn't act alone. So I do appreciate her thoughts, theories, and opinions. I do like sharing all these different channels that we come across, whether it's through the suggested feed or from your guys' links. I appreciate it. And I love exploring all these different thoughts and opinions. So we're going to switch to that video next. And I'd like to hear why she doesn't believe Kohberger acted alone. Whoa, that's wild.
Hey guys, this is Jules with
Hold on one second. I still feel two people and two. Right. It just, What's up, Turquoise? Thanks for hopping in and checking out the show. I feel the same. Like the more that we get into it, the more I feel like there was more than one individual and there was more than one vehicle, especially, when we're just watching the last video that we watched or whether we're going through the Google timeline on the show. You can't be at two places at the same time. It's just not possible. And you have all those different 51 terabytes of a good chunk of them video, and you got the car going zip, zop, zip, zip, zap, zap, zop all over the fucking place. It don't make no damn sense unless it had to be more than one. And that's what makes me start to think there's more than one individual in this crime. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Yeah, the more and more we get into it, the more and more. And I really appreciate these new channels. Thou Shalt Not, we're going to be going to one of those videos after this. Jewels of All Trade, True Crime, another one, and Boundless Millennial. 3 new channels we came across here in the last few days. I appreciate them all.
True Crime Reactions. I want to talk to you guys today about something that I just haven't discussed before, at least not here. I did mention being on a live with a fellow YouTuber yesterday, and I let some of these thoughts out, but I want to put them here because I want to know what you guys think about it. And I know that it's a very logical thought. And yes, while thinking about this thought, I am also going to keep in mind my combined timeline, where I put together everything in the PCA when it comes to where the car was, from the traffic cams, from
it's hard
what they
work.
were told about
it's hard
what
work.
happened in the house
Applause
and
to
when,
her.
and for the GPS cell phone data. Okay, I am 99.9% sure that Brian Kohberger is not the only person involved in this situation. And there is one main thing that makes me believe that: the timing. We have ex-FBI and the cops and everyone who's apparently involved in trying to figure out this case telling us that this one man went into this home and took out 4 people on 2 different floors of a 3-story house in the middle of the night, in the dark, snow, laid, and vanished without a trace, technically, because this little touch DNA stuff on the sheath, that's the most unreliable DNA. That is one of the first things that I was taught, is the reliabilities of certain DNAs. And touch DNA is the most unreliable source. You could literally walk by someone at Walmart. Okay.
That's what we've been saying.
Your dead skin cells or a piece of your hair
Preach.
or just a biological dust particle of you
Preach.
could go.
Especially when it's only 20 skin cells. When just tapping you on the shoulder is 1,000. I think that's why everybody thinks it was just a plant. And you're using the father's DNA and you're having to send it to a cold case laboratory in Texas to use enhanced DNA techniques to get a match.
Go on to them, just as you're casually walking down the Cheerio aisle, and then an hour later, they could go and commit a crime. And with the motions and the movements that the body makes when doing things that are full of adrenaline and energy, things fall off the body. Your DNA could fall off another person into a crime scene. Did you know that? Because it can. So now that we've gotten that part out the way, let's just little timeline they're giving us. They're giving us a handful of minutes for all these things to have happened. Let me ask you this. Does it make logical sense that Dylan and Bethany didn't hear or see anything? No. And we've learned all these months later that we've been lied to, that Bethany actually did see and hear at the time of the murders. So then let me ask you this question. Does it make logical sense? Xana with Maddie and Kaylee being slashed to death upstairs with the dog barking and all the freaking out and the movements that 3 people would be making in a knife fight, and for them to just stay in their bedroom where their bodies were apparently found? It doesn't.
What's up, Ava?
I highly doubt that if Xana was awake at 4:12 and on her TikTok, that she didn't hear scuffling above her head, screaming
Hope
as
you
the
are
knives
too.
entered the bodies. And who knows the noises that the actual killer was making. So this is what I'm giving you as my theory on this. Why couldn't it have been more than one? One person on each floor, at the least, because it could be more, but one person at the least on each floor, attacking each floor at the same time. Wouldn't that make sense if there was more than one person and there was somebody upstairs and somebody in the second floor at the same time? These little handful of minutes does not equivalent to the following scenario. Killer gets into the house, goes into Maddie's room, kills Maddie. Kaylee hears something going on, walks across, goes into Maddie's room, finds the killer, then gets brutally attacked, then goes downstairs to find 2 more people that had like no idea that all those things were going on upstairs, and he was just able to kill them in their bedroom. They weren't out of the bedroom looking around for the noise or trying to call 911 because of what they were hearing upstairs. Come on.
Makes you
guys.
wonder.
It doesn't make any logical sense for this to have been a one-person event, because you can't just consider the fact that Dylan and Bethany didn't call 911. Xana and Ethan would have been second attack. But after the top floor had what happened to it happen, then they would have had to have just sat there the whole time, just waiting for the killer to show up in Xana's room. Does that make sense to you? No, it doesn't. So if Xana and Ethan didn't hear things in enough time to be able to grab the phone and call 911, when we know from the cops that Xana's phone was active on TikTok at 4:12, does it not make more logical sense that there was someone attacking them on the 3rd and the 2nd floors at the exact same time? Multiple people involved? It just makes more logical sense.
Especially in that time frame. I see what she's saying.
To me, and I could be wrong, but I keep coming back to that, and I have thought that for a really long time, which is honestly whenever the
That too, Ava. You know, and I even, if you go to the last highlight I made this afternoon, I even show a scenario where the person could have been hiding in the closet in the same bedroom that Murphy was in. So definitely check out the highlight I made from this afternoon. There's a couple different topics in there, and one of them is showing you a scenario where one of the possibilities is somebody or others could have been hiding in that room, because if you remember in the PCA, the first thing that's noticed is it sounded like one of the roommates was playing with the dog. But when you notice that sound, you're not going to automatically think, oh, a fucking stranger's in the house playing with the puppy. No, you're automatically going to think that one of the roommates is playing with the puppy. And in that scenario, who's to say maybe somebody came through that sliding glass door, used that balcony to hop up there, pay him, or even hiding in that closet, come out of the room, have to play with the puppy. Either way, whether you're coming through the sliding glass door or you're hiding in the closet, you got to play with the puppy. Play with the puppy. And then you go into the first room right there. Definitely a scenario.
WSU mom, Kim, came out with her story about how her daughter knew about all of these things that was going on after the fact, but before the cops got called, and how the whole town, a whole slew of people knew about what was going on before the cops got called. And that also correlated to the fact that the cops told us the friends summoned people over. They told us in the press conferences several times the friends summoned their word people over to that house.
Yep. Before any LE or EMS
Her
was
story
contacted.
matches that. And her story contains the fact that there was multiple people inside the home at the time of the incident and someone waiting outside. And you know what else correlates to that? The fact that I found in intertwining the timelines that damn car was still driving around the neighborhood while the murders were taking place inside the house. And you know what else correlates to that? There being more than one person involved. Brian Kohberger's very first thing that he apparently said was, has anyone else been arrested?
Mm-hmm.
And yes, this question of verification of that statement has been asked several times. And while they are not confirming it, they're not denying it either. And verbiage in these cases matters. Why would someone who is being arrested while on vacation at his parents' home not ask, why are you arresting me? Instead of, has anyone else been arrested? Ponder that for a little while. And also, when it comes to Bethany being called to testify, being called as a material witness, I'm not understanding why people are acting like she has every right to be fighting this because it's the defense that called her. What the hell does it matter if it was the defense or the prosecution?
Good personality.
If she has information that can make sure that the person who killed
Good content.
the 4 people she has a nice new memorial tattoo for.
Speaking of that, I'm going to be going. I was talking about the highlight I made this afternoon. I'm just going to go to it because not only it covers that tattoo, but it also is going to show you what I was talking about when it comes to, I'm going to let my highlight give you the walkthrough of the scenario also of that person either coming through the sliding glass door or hiding in the closet and how it all takes place. But this tattoo is what stuck out to me from last night's show, and I definitely wanted to make a highlight about it. So I appreciate Boundless Millennial for the video that I came across that talked about it.
Goes to jail, then her story wouldn't change, regardless of if it was the defense or the prosecution calling her in. So the real question is, why is she not adamant about making sure that Brian Kohberger stays in jail? Answer that one.
Great personality. So I'm going to go ahead and pause my music because it's going to have the music in the video playing. Let me drop that.
Hey,
And
CJ.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm going to get off.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate
So-
you hanging out tonight.
No problem. Great show.
And don't stay up too late
And-
looking for that damn video, okay? Do it tomorrow.
No, I'll do it tomorrow.
All right. Because I think, man, once we find it, I'm going to replay it. And we're going to sit back and I'm going to hang out with everybody and chat, and I'm telling you, you're going to shit when we go through it. Because I remember when we went through it back then. And wow, amazing. It was crazy.
So, was it before he got arrested or after?
I can't remember. I think it was before.
I think it was before because
it
they
had to
took
be
it
before.
down after.
Right. I think it had to be before. I really can't even give you a good timeline. I was so green into the whole show. There was so much going on. It's really hard for me to remember exactly around, even a couple week period.
Yeah.
Usually I can remember things pretty spot on Rolodex, but there was just so much new stuff going on.
Right.
But yeah, it's somewhere there. I know that it took a while. I know it took a while, an hour or two. So it would show up if you're like kind of scrolling over the timeline, where it gives you like a little thumbnail. I know it would show up because we did talk about it for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for
Well,
hanging out. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for all the hard work you do.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Have a good night.
All right. You too.
Thank you, Kid Kitty, for hanging out all evening, especially the last couple shows we've been having. I appreciate you being up here. Thank you very much. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and when you see, I'm just going to play the Papa Rogers stuff when we went through it. Whenever we do find it, I'm just going to play it for everybody, and we're just going to sit back and I'm going to watch it with you. So it'll be kind of like a premiere or whatever you want to call it. I'll make a new clip of it, and then we'll sit back and watch it together, and maybe even have an open panel if you guys want. We'll sit and chit chat as we're checking it out for sure. Yeah, thank you, Kid Kitty. Appreciate it. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and go to this highlight that I made earlier. I always call them a short, but it's not. So it's going to bring up the tattoo stuff that we went over in last night's show. And also it's going to give you that other theory about how it also could have been somebody hiding or sneaking through the glass door upstairs. What a great video.
So how would they know what order the students died for their tattoo?
Because maybe they both heard everything going down.
Then why wouldn't they call the police?
Again.
Right.
Why wouldn't they 6 months ago? Like when we started talking about it, even before we knew about all this other stuff, why didn't they then? That's one of the biggest questions in this case. Hope you feel better, Truthful. It's never good feeling sick. Yeah. It just makes you wonder, man. We'll check this out again. Great content. I'm glad that we ran into this channel, and I can't wait to see what they got in the future when it comes to this case. A lot of shit that makes you think, just like that other video we just watched to their channel.
I got some new evidence. Oh, yeah? I bet you do. There are crimes in the indictment.
Sub and
listed in the
let them know
order
we
in
appreciate
which
the
they
hard
were
work.
Committed. I bet you didn't know that. I did not know that. So first we got some burglary because he broke in the house. Then we got Maddie, and then Kaylee, and then Xana, and then Ethan. That ain't right. I thought Ethan was killed in the hallway and Xana was fighting back. Well, no, you were wrong. But good thing for you, you have me to figure it out. Here we go. If all your friends just got brutally murdered in a house, would the first thing you do be to like call up your friend and be like, hey, you want to get a tattoo? Let's call up some tattoo shops, make some appointments, and try to make this
Good night,
all
Patty.
about us. Did you see the Instagram post? Yeah, everyone. And how did the roommates know the order in which they were killed? M K X.
So here's an image of the back of the property here before I take you on the tour. Holy shit. Because there's two ways that I'm going to explain how if you go off the order of the tattoos, there's two different versions of how that could have taken place. Okay. Now, unfortunately, this is the only picture that I have, but it won't rotate for some reason. It's supposed to, but it won't rotate. It's supposed to be a drone image. So, you remember that the stain on the outside of the property, where my hand is, the stain was a drip that was coming out right there from the floorboard to the outside of the foundation. So that would mean that the person would have been laying either in the middle or on the side closest to the wall that is on this side of the house. So there's two ways that this person would have entered this property to commit the crime in this order. They could have used devices to leap up onto the rail to then gain access into the sliding glass door upstairs. Or they could have gained access into the sliding glass door downstairs. Now, if they would have gained access to the door upstairs, that would be in the room where Murphy was, not where the girls were found. So if you go off the PCA, you remember DM stating, and all we have is DM's information, right? We don't have BFs. So if you go off of DM's information, she states she thought she heard somebody playing with the dog. She must have assumed it could have been Kaylee. But you never know. Probably just heard a dog and assumed, because why would you assume a stranger's playing with the dog? Wouldn't you assume your roommate is playing with the dog, right? So there's the two possible entries. So if you go off the order that the crime took place, right? You got two different possibilities. Here, let me go to chat real quick. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, the drip. So there's two different, like I said, there's two different ways. It's either this sliding glass door or the sliding glass door upstairs, right? All we know is based off the PCA, heard what sounded like somebody playing with the puppy. So if they came through this door here, snuck through real quick, maybe checked the door handle, maybe not, maybe just went straight upstairs to the third floor. This is one way. Okay. Walked up. Now they're at the top of the stairs. Now, if they were heard maybe somebody playing with the puppy, there's two possibilities. Three possibilities. One, either someone snuck through the sliding glass door and had to play with the puppy for a second because they encountered Murphy and that was it. Or they were hiding in that closet, waiting, and then had to play with the puppy as they were exiting the closet to go commit the crime first on the third floor. So they either came up the stairs or was hiding out in the closet or accidentally went into that room first as they came up the stairs. All we know is they thought they heard somebody playing with the puppy. Now, according to the tattoo, came in here, committed this crime first. Knife sheath was found right there. That's where the girls were found right there. I can stand there, but I'm not going to. Then they would have came out here, according to the tattoo order. Came downstairs. Then maybe the person, if they hadn't checked the door handle when they went upstairs, maybe they possibly checked the handle right now. It was locked. Then they come to the living room. Come to the hallway. That's where they encounter Zaina because she's the one that got up to see, I think I hear somebody, right? PCA. I think somebody's here. That would be Zaina getting up to see if somebody was there. But by that time, the person that committed the crime was already encountering her, probably in the middle of this hallway, and had pushed her back as they were attacking. Then, because maybe he was asleep, that's where he was found, Ethan. And that side of the bed. And if you look at what I was saying, either in the middle or off to the side closest to the wall, that's where the drip came through. That's where the drip came from. Then the person commits this crime. Where's my... Oh, that's the closet. Person commits this crime. Then they're walking through the hallway. That's where DM sees the person that committed the crime, bushy eyebrow, walking through the crack of the door as the person either two ways. Either walked out this way or possibly tried to go back upstairs to try and find the sheath. But here's another interesting thing that other people have brought up in the open panel chat. Not leaving through here, but instead walking this way because there was no blood trail going outside, walking this way and leaving through the front door where everybody was walking when they came over there later that morning. I don't know. What do you guys think? That could be true too, Patty. I mean, it's crazy when you think about it, right? You know, we at the beginning of the show we were getting into the ladder. We talked about the cinder blocks. We've been talking about the cinder blocks for a couple of days. Stuff that were in the initial local news footage when they were talking about, you know, the crime taking place, and you had local news all over the place taking video from behind the house even, you know. It was right next to the grill, 2 cinder blocks. You even had news organizations talking about a disturbance in the dirt right there at the corner of the property. Well, when you go, this is why I think here. Hell, I'm going to play another highlight real quick. Because this is why I think BK didn't see, or whoever didn't see DM. Okay? Why Brian Koberger didn't see DM when exiting the crime. Let's see here. Oh no, my screen share went away. 1 second. There we go. That was weird. This is why I think BK didn't see DM when leaving the crime. Okay, so this is why I think that he didn't see her, right? So
It's weird.
He's
seeing
coming in the
myself.
door. We already know that there's no curtains on that sliding glass door. Okay, so there is a light outside. You can see the light coming through the door. I want to point that out. Okay. So as he comes in, it doesn't matter if you think he went upstairs first or you think he went to the second bedroom first. This door was locked. This door was shut. This door was locked. So if what I'm saying, in my opinion, if he was chilling out in these trees 5 to 10 feet behind, waiting for the DoorDash delivery to happen, after it took place, started walking from the hill back up there through, chilling in the trees. I can see inside the property because there's no curtains on the sliding glass door. I noticed 4 people walking around because DM is supposedly in this bedroom, already doors shut and locked. So when the person comes in, the door's shut and locked, they already see the door shut and locked. I'm going to assume that a student is still out for the night. So whether I go to the second bedroom or living room area or whether I go upstairs, the door's locked. I check because it's shut. I don't know it's locked. I check and it's locked. I check it quietly because the door's shut. So then I go, okay, must be out. So I either go upstairs or I go to the second bedroom. 2 people. I already have sweat and I already have blood. I could potentially have sweat and blood in my eyes. Then I go to the other part of the house, whether it's the upstairs or the second bedroom. Then that crime takes place. That's even more blood and sweat on you. Now, are you not going to have more blood and sweat on your hands and arms? Yes, you will. How are you going to wipe the blood and sweat off your face when you have it all over your hands and your arms? You're not going to be able to wipe it off. So what's going to happen is that blood and sweat is slowly going to creep into the corners of your eyes. It's going to fog your vision. Your eyes are going to get stingy. You can't wipe them. So whenever you go to leave the crime, because the door is still shut and locked, whenever you go to leave the crime, your eyes are stingy from sweat and blood. And all you can really focus on is the light coming out of that sliding glass door. So whether you're coming from right here, which is what DM stated, came from this area right here, walked by with the door cracked, you're not going to see the door cracked. You're not going to be focused on the door cracked because you just unalived 4 people and you're trying to get the hell out. And you already checked that door, and last time it was locked. And all you can see is the light coming through the door because everything else stings, burns, and is cloudy. That's why I think that the person that did this crime could have very easily not seen that little cracked door, because as I'm walking through, all I can focus on through cloudy vision is that sliding glass door. That's just my opinion, especially in the dark. Especially in the dark. So that's why I think that nobody saw DM, whoever it may have been. Whoops. Nobody saw DM, whoever it may have been, as they were exiting the crime scene. Doesn't mean he left that way, no. That's why I had another, that highlight was from a while back. This one, talking about other theories. Hell, even in the beginning of this episode, there was a new one I'm going to make a highlight of. What if they crawled up the frickin' roof to the second floor and snuck through the window of the living room on the second floor? What if that's how they exited the crime scene? definitely a possibility too. Just because she noticed him walking that way does not mean that's how he left. He could have even left from the frickin' patio on the 3rd floor. That's right, Pam. We see something new, we explore something new every show. Definitely like the roof theory now. You just never know. And that just came about at the beginning of this show. Yeah. It just had leaves and dirt on the ground. And that's why I feel they couldn't, if you're walking out the slide, you would think that on that cement slab there would be some kind of evidence or whatever, but definitely not when you're going out onto the dirt. Because it had to be moist, it had to be muddy, it had to be there was leaves all over the place. Trying to get DNA off of leaves after it blowing, I mean, come on. They didn't even check the 3rd dumpster that got taken to the landfill because it was already picked up at 10:30 in the morning before they even showed up at the crime scene. It was already picked up and it was already dumped off at the landfill. 2 out of 3. There was 2 dumpsters that were checked. 3 of them total. 1 got away. So you don't even know about that. You don't even know if the evidence was even tossed in that. You know what I'm saying? We hear about all these cases lately about how all this, individuals or evidence is dumped in the fucking dumpsters. It's horrible. So I wanted to share this other creator's video, and then I'm going to go ahead and end the evening. I'm not sure. I might get back on YouTube to do some chilling on something. Late night in it or something, maybe. We'll see. But I think we've covered quite a bit in this episode. I still have quite a bit more to go over. But we'll see about tomorrow night. Definitely doing Henrietta horror case tomorrow afternoon. So if you're into that case, you cover it, you're busy, you're not busy, and you want to hang out, I'll be putting a notification out in the morning. So it'll be early afternoon my time, Central. But I'm going to be going up for that. Yeah, I'll hit you up, man, if I do. I'm going to eat some food after I'm done and maybe get some rest again or chill back, maybe get on and have a late night hangout where we're watching some Tales from the Crypt or something just to hang out with everybody if they're bored or something. We'll see. You going to be going live with anything, Kevin? But yeah, this is the Truth Shall Not channel again. Let me share that again. And this is an interview I was telling you about in the beginning when it came to somebody that had met BK in person, supposedly. Now, obviously, you always have to consider the source. But the dude has, he's the guy that's been going around Moscow and Pullman with the sunglasses. And definitely had some interesting videos. So I do want to play this. I thought, hey, man, this might be something interesting. And then after that, like I said, I got a bunch more content still. So definitely more to talk about on the next episode. Definitely show those highlights some love too, please. I'd appreciate that. And then, yeah, we're going to check out this interview with a woman who locked eyes with Kohberger in court. And Ann Taylor is her ex-lawyer. And thank you, everybody, for hanging out all night. I appreciate it.
Well, hello, everyone. How are we doing today? Welcome back to the newest true crime channel called Thou Shall Not Kill. I'm your host and creator. My name is Roy. Thank you for stopping by.
Great work, man.
I am in beautiful Columbia, Idaho, on a business trip today. It is absolutely gorgeous and wonderful out here. So I have a bit of a nugget for you guys today. A little gift from heaven fell in my lap yesterday. I was working, as I said, and I met one of my coworkers yesterday, and we started talking as coworkers do. And oh boy, did I find out some wonderful information. So this very nice girl lived in Moscow for a very long time. She just moved from there last year. Unfortunately, she's going through some legal proceedings there. But during that, this girl recently has
Thank
seen
you all for hanging
Kohberger
out.
and locked eyes with him in court. Not only that, Ann Taylor is her ex-lawyer. And as I said before, she lived in Moscow. So guess what? Her best friend of many years lived at 1122 King Road. So she knows this very well. So I'm going to go ahead and play this video for her. She was very kind to sit down and interview with me. Very nice girl. But she's got some very important and pertinent information that we all need to hear. All right, guys. So enjoy this interview, and I will get back to you after the video. Enjoy.
Good rate with me.
Alrighty. So hello, everyone. I'm here with Jennifer. Say hello, Jennifer.
Hello.
Hello. And she has a very interesting story to tell us today. So I'm going to let her tell it in her own words, of course. And so basically the premise is that she saw Brian Kohberger in the courthouse, face-to-face, literally, and her ex-lawyer is the one and only Ann Taylor. So please, Jennifer, let us know what happened.
Yes, sir. So, going through court proceedings, I had to go to the courthouse. Of course, they had extra security and everything in place, which is weird because it's Moscow. But police officers came in, took everybody out to this, it's like a glass door in between,
Partition.
Yeah. And he came by. There were 5 police officers around him. He was completely chained down.
Wow.
We made eye contact. And it was probably easily the scariest thing that's ever happened to me, which would surely say something if you knew anything about me.
Yeah. So can I ask what's so scary about it? Or?
Yeah. So there's this thing, you get the ick from people.
Okay.
Everybody has a thing, whether you feel uncomfortable or something. It's your gut telling you something.
Okay.
Right? So I've had those experiences with other people that have done bad things, but I've never experienced a serial killer before.
Sure.
So looking into his eyes, it was almost like just dark. He was so...
That real intense stare he has.
Yeah, he's got a real intense stare, and I'm sure that doesn't help.
No.
But he just, it felt like he was looking right into your soul, almost through you. And it was kind of wild to think that this guy had done all those things, and now he's in front of me. And it's very scary.
That's very trippy. That's wow. You're very rare that you were going to be one of the very few people that get to see him actually like that. So.
And if he has done it,
Yeah.
if everything comes down to it, we know he's going to probably get the death penalty.
Oh, absolutely. So.
Probably one of the last people to see him
Probably.
outside. I see him. That's terrifying.
I'm sorry. So, Miss Ann Taylor.
Yes.
Tell me about her.
Taylor was a potential lawyer for me. She's the only one that filled me with hope through my domestic violence court proceedings. She made me feel safe. She was so on top of everything, and then all of a sudden there was a conflict of interest in our case, and she just dropped me like a hot rock.
So is that conflict of interest, Mr. Kohberger?
The conflict of interest had to do with the case itself.
With the case, yes.
The thing that bothers me is that she took it so seriously that there was a conflict of interest in my case and wouldn't take me after telling how much she was going to help me. But she did that to other people to help Brian.
No, she did to Xana's mom.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
So if she's willing to just throw that aside, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it's the money at this point that she's not really a very safe person.
I think she's chasing fame and the money. You're absolutely right.
I think so.
You're absolutely
She
right.
dropped a lot of people that needed her.
Yeah.
She filled with hope.
That's what we've heard. And then the fact that, she was even having a fucking team set up before he was even in Idaho papers, and she was even for sure taking over. Like, he still had to be in fucking Idaho first. So she was on the ball before it was even given to her. It's crazy. Book
And
deal.
She all dropped. because
Movie
she
deal.
wanted that.
Yeah. So what are your feelings on this case? Do you think he did it, and do you think he did it by himself, or what are your
I don't
thoughts?
think he did it by himself. Just the layout of the house.
Interesting.
One of my best friends lived in that house several years ago.
Well, okay.
So I know the house pretty well. I don't think that one person could have gone in there
I don't think so
and
either.
done everything that he did. But we don't have a whole lot of information. They're not letting anything go out. So it'll be really interesting to see if there are other people involved, who they are, what the plan was. Also, I've seen that he is being linked to some murders in his hometown.
Yeah.
And that could be wild too. If he's had practice, that would make more sense
Yes.
with him being able to get away with
I agree with you, because for this to be his first murder would be, with his background in criminal, that would be just utterly stupid.
Especially
So,
with
exactly, I agree with you.
And at
So,
WSU, he was only 7 miles from Moscow.
exactly.
So, realistically, did he know these girls? Was he the stalker? We don't know yet.
Yep.
But it is very interesting to watch this all unfold,
I agree.
especially being so close to it.
I absolutely agree. Thank you so much for your time, and that was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I did ask Jennifer after the interview what her thoughts were, since she knows the layout of the house so well, on whether Bethany and Dylan did not hear anything that night. And she looked me dead in the eye and said, "Those walls are so thin, it is absolutely not possible. Every time I was there, I could hear my children playing on the first floor from the third floor."
Huh.
I'll let you guys figure that one out.
Wow. Wow. So I want to share this real quick from Sleuthy Goosey. Two things here. Here's the handle if you're on Twitter and you're not following her, please follow her. Actually, this is a great timeline of everything. It's even got color coding. The amount of work that had to be put in to create this document is amazing. So please click on that. Show some love for sure. What a document. The whole timeline of everything. It's late because it's filed after arraignment. He was arraigned and a not guilty plea was entered, which means they will go to trial. The discovery request for alibi demand was filed. So I will put the link up for this tweet. Here, you can take a screenshot real quick. Great work. And then here is the link for the tweet if you're on Twitter. And you can go ahead and heart and retweet. And then again, the timeline. It gives you everything. Color coding, times, and everything. It's amazing work. So I want to say thank you all for hanging out. Oh, let me get rid of that. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate your company. I'll see you tomorrow 2 times if you're not busy. Definitely hit the replay if you're able to, too. Be covering Henrietta horror case, and we'll see about tomorrow evening. We might be back on Idaho 4, but we might be on to something else. Well, I'll let you know. We'll put out a notification early. Good night, everybody. I might be back on YouTube. I might just be back on Twitch, or I might not be back on at all. I'm gonna see what happens after I eat a humongous meal because I am starving. Good night, everybody. Have a happy holiday weekend, and I'll see if I see you.